Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto forced Yu-Gi-Oh girls for harem? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. The secret to ninjutsu was speed. In the shinobi world, speed was everything. After all, considering that there was only so much power one could pack into the average human body, speed became the new determining factor in shinobi tactics. That, and stealth, and cunning. The strongest shinobi were thus named Kage for the shadows they embodied, able to move with the speed unknown to the ordinary, always seen yet never seen, never caught like what they were named after. Of course, these Kage, for their skills, were still human. And humans are not a part of the realm of shadows. They do not know what hides in the darkness that forever tags their feet. The same cannot be said for demons. Unlike these human killers, the demons are the ones who are truly part of the shadows, truly incapable of sympathy as they kill. It is what they are, and they are powerful such that none on earth can tell them nay. What shinobi often forget when facing such demons, is that somewhere, somehow, there will always be those who terrifies these demons. And they, whoever they are, should be feared more than the demons, the Biju. Because demons can be understood, but the ones commanding them cannot. He is said to be one of light and darkness, of day and night, the one with two shadows. Those who plays games with the fates of men. Mo Hitori no Boku, the other me. The one known as Yami no Yugi, lit. Yugi of the Darkness. Yu-Gi-Oh! Lit. King of Games. One half of the Pharaoh Atemu, and a whole lot of titles and names accumulated over the centuries that mainly boiled down to Yami, resisted the urge to wince. He knew this one. It was going to be followed by the dreaded question. Is that supposed to happen? The light to his darkness, Yugi to his. Oh, the other half of his soul and co-holder of the title of Pharaoh Atemu, one Yugi Muto, sounded vaguely sick. Okay, maybe not the dreaded question, but it was close. For there was only one person who would make that awful sickening squish sound. Civility, civility, he mentally chanted. Bakura, he stated, deceptively calm. I remember that we are here to retrieve escaped demons. While this is also an opportunity to explore the culture of these hidden shinobi, I do believe that cutting pieces off with a meat grinder does not further our cause. Although he would privately admit that was cool, and he would keep it in mind when he started up on the punishment he would dish out upon his partner's first breakup. Not that he would ever get a girlfriend, over his dead, cold and ground to dust bones. The Thief King scowled further. You're no fun. The Thief King's other half, one Bakura Ryu, looked vaguely squeamish. If it helps, I do believe that cutting his fingers off was justified, Yami offered consolingly. It was after much trial and error and close shaves during the Great Chicago event, which was so epic that we cannot speak of it, when the three of them had pulled off the Jesus Christ, only without their mortal remains around, he mentally celebrated. Take that. Ancient magic triumphs again. That he and the tomb robber agreed on a fragile, holy and explosive truce. It was 6 months later during their mutual problem that they realized that in the end, it was their mortal opponent who could ever understand what being a Yami and a Shadow Lord meant. Well, the tombkeeper, Malik, knew as well, but then somehow he whisked his good half, Merrick, to Hawaii, and from the few postcards the quartet had received so far, was on permanent hiatus somewhere with Shadow Realm transport. There were several honeymoon jokes being exchanged, half of which were only remotely amusing. It was also thus that they finally found out via Black Magician and Dark Necrophia respectively that as Shadow Lords ruled the Shadow Realm, and that by pulling off the Christ-level miracle and coming back as such, the three pairs had inadvertently bound themselves to the shadows permanently for literally forever. The concept of an end did not make itself known to the darkness which had been around since only God knows. Not that he was complaining, since he and his Aibo got to be together once more, but now he had to watch out for pedophiles. And now there were escaping demons tracing back all the way to the Renaissance, and he had to wonder what was the purpose of science if people were still stupid enough to summon without watching the wording. And now 9 demons were loose in a land full of shinobi, and somehow the white-haired Hikari Yami pair tagged along as well, the 3 co-rulers leaving the Shadow Realm's affairs to their competent prime ministers who had after all been doing this for 3 millennia, and running after the demons, or running somewhere, in the case of Malik and his Hikari, Merrick. We're approaching another country, so you might want to get the blood off before other shinobi sees that, he stated matter of fact, running fingers through his hair. While shadow magic was still extremely impressive, the temptation of bloodshed was present tenfold without a senin item, and it was so easy to fall to it and kill, say, a whole palace who tried to separate you and your light. It was thus for this sole purpose that he and Bakura had mutually agreed, gasp, horror, shock, that the lights would have 2 shadow monster bodyguards each, and a truce that would hold until they reached safe surroundings. Safe defined as outside shinobi influence, which would not be for a long time. They had wanted 4 monsters, but then realized that too many monsters drew too much attention. In a not-so-subtle jab at the land they were currently traveling, he and Bakura had chosen Ninja Master Sasuke and White Ninja respectively as primary bodyguards. Ryu had vetoed Fushi-Bushi by pointing out how people would notice arrows sticking out, and Bakura had grudgingly accepted, since Ryu being kidnapped meant no Hikari around to stop him in more bloodthirsty moments, which could mean a repeat of Kuru Eruna, Thief King Bakura style. That and he'd mellowed out. Somewhat, they could only hope. In a more pragmatic approach, Bakura had willed Wall Shadow into being and set it as a scout. Acknowledging the thief's use of tactics, Yami had willed Wolf into being, Silver Fang currently working in the BEWD Corporation and thus out of commission. Yes, the Shadow Realm had its own conglomerate, run by said Blue Eyes White Dragon, and a Starbucks. The Yami-s fully agreed to blame Kaiba, and ignored simple puzzles such as how the BEWD managed to do the paperwork without hands to write. The popular hypothesis was that the BEWD burst stream of destruction all of it. So, it was the 2 white-haired ones who made up the entity called the Thief King, the 2 punk-haired who made up the Pharaoh, a bandaged ninja with a green overall and a ninja dressed completely in white walking beside a wolf slowly trotting towards a direction resembling the approach of civilization. We should have dragged that ninja along, Bakura grumbled, bored as they approached a valley with statues of ninja standing guard on either side, time and the elements having worn the stone down such that the only distinct symbol was an odd spiral shape that looked like a bird's head. More fun to torture, if not coerce directions from. And now we're lost. While I might agree with you, considering that he tried to kill us, dragging a ninja from another country across borders constitutes an international incident, Bakura. Unless the thing back in the star country wasn't bad enough, Yami mildly stated. Suffice it to say that it was lucky for them it was an unpopular and unimportant daimyo who got killed when the 2 Yami-s, for lack of better terms, sacked the palace. As the 2 Yamis engaged in their verbal sparring, a sudden flurry of chirps sounded, close by. Yami, Yugi murmured, squinting at the trees. There aren't any birds around. The 2 froze immediately as they felt the presence of one of 9 they had been seeking close by. Sasuke, Cabe, they growled in unison. Guard formation. Chapter 2, and this is the follow-up. Enjoy, Naruto. Sasuke. It was a clash of shinobi at the Valley of the End as the 2 duked it out. Uchiha Sasuke in fully unsealed cursed glory, lightning dancing and chirping in his hands. Uzumaki Naruto glowing alight with red chakra, a ball of spinning force in his own. The resulting clash would have destroyed the bridge and ended the battle decisively if not for the sudden feeling of dread and killing intent that washed over them. The jarring atmosphere snapped both of them from the battle haze as both shinobi flipped in midair and landed on the heads of opposing statues. My apologies, one of the 6 standing on the rope bridge that connected the valley to the other countries stated. Now that he noticed them, Naruto noted that in these people, 2 of them had spiky hair of red and black with blonde bangs and even the same black cargo pants and white shirt, the taller one of them being the speaker. 2 had shaggy long white hair and the same jeans and shirt. One was dressed completely in white and the other was dressed in bandages and a green overall. The last 2 were clearly shinobi standing in a guard formation, although Naruto found it odd that they had no hite-8. Even missing nin kept theirs on when they left their villages. The lack was just weird, as was the killing intent radiating from the speaker. The evil-looking white-haired one. Naruto oddly thought of Anko from the Chunin exam at this moment and found that Anko just didn't match up to this one and the 2 odd shinobi. But could you please conclude your fight in a less destructive manner or wait? The bridge is almost destroyed with your techniques. Sorry, Naruto sheepishly smiled back. Sasuke here tried to defect and go to some evil snake dude. Dobi, the Uchiha snarled, lightning still dancing. I am leaving, and not you, nor any of you, will stop me. So move on, or I will move you. Oddly, the killing intent intensified, and Naruto himself could barely breathe as the Kyuubi chakra flickered about him as the fox felt it. And, was that fear from the Kyuubi? Grand Master, the speaker snarled. The bandaged shinobi moved into a battle stance, knives in each hand at the ready. Take him alive. Naruto had seen fancy aerodynamics before, but he had to admit that some of the moves the bandaged ninja pulled off couldn't be done by a human. Even cursed seal Sasuke looked like he was having a hard time just dodging this Grand Master. Naruto turned his head to see the speaker study him with crimson eyes that oddly made him think of fresh blood and the Kyuubi. Brat, we've had our difficulties, the demon fox was babbling in his mindscape, sounding oddly panicked, but I swear I'll pay you all my rent if you just hide me from that guy. I want a word with you when we get to something resembling civilization. Kyuubi no Yonku, the speaker snapped, to the shock of both shinobi present. You might be in a human body now, but that would not stop me. Shit. He figured it out. The fox lamented. Somehow, the fox's bravado had run cold, and part of him had marveled at how even the great Kyuubi seemed so afraid of this slight man. It was cool, in a scary kind of way, but still cool. Yu-Gi-Oh! It would be a lot of trouble to take both with us on the way, the nicer looking of the white-haired ones piped up. The one addressed as Yu-Gi-Oh! Nodded as he reached into his pocket. Naruto and the exhausting Sasuke twitched. Sasuke moving too late and getting stuck in a hold by the bandaged ninja, who promptly pulled both arms out of their sockets and effectively immobilized Sasuke's arms. Naruto fought to stifle the wince as Sasuke screamed in pain. The curse seal effects diminishing as bandaged ninja ripped the wings off. Curse seal level 2, remember? And Sasuke finally fell unconscious. From a pocket, the man drew a long, brown card. Ninja Grandmaster, he called, holding it up. Ninja Art of Transformation. Naruto had to fight the resulting drop jaw as the card glowed a golden light, along with the bandaged ninja, and grew and morphed into a giant green falcon, different from the ones he had seen in the Konoha post office in not only size, but the light that seemed to shine from it as the green falcon lifted its head and cried out a low, musical note. God Bird Samorg, Yu-Gi-Oh! Addressed it. Send them back. The number one unpredictable ninja had only one thought in his head as he and the oddly quiet, and bleeding and unconscious Sasuke were buffeted by strong winds from the bird's wings all the way back to the village. WTF? Nara Shikamaru could barely blink as what should have been a normal by-the-side reconnaissance mission escalated to his shadow-growing claws. He knew that there were ways to control shadows. Heck, he was a shadow jutsu wielder himself, but then, shadows didn't just grow claws and grab your throat and throw you down from what must have been 5 stories up. As he regained his balance and landed on his feet, the tip of a scarily sharp knife rested itself on his carotid artery and he froze, already knowing that the knife holder would cut his throat before any jutsu could be done. He looked up into russet eyes the color of old blood, and for some reason, a part of him proved that self-preservation was still well and alive and kicking him to run, hide, flee. Sorry, the nicer, punk-haired one standing behind the one holding the knife, dressed in a white cotton polo tee and black shorts with black and white sneakers, sheepishly stated. Shikamaru looked into violet eyes and immediately detected his apprehension. We're lost. Do you know how to get to Konohagakure no Sato? If his hands weren't held down by fear of the knife slitting his throat, he would have face-palmed. The scary person with white hair still holding the dagger, a kunai, he noted, sharpened to something he had never seen before in Konoha that Tenten would probably kill or possibly severely maim to study. To his and Temari's throats seemed to have spotted his expression, because soon the Nara Saiyan could feel bleeding. On either side, Kiba and Akamaru froze, as if uncertain of how to act. Nearby, Neji, Lee, Kankuro and even Gaara were slumped over the back of a huge golem-like thing, elemental hero Clayman. While a muscular samurai with several sharp and pointy weapons sticking out of his pack, armed samurai Benkei, held the bodies of what must be all 5 of the sound ninjas' corpses. The scariest thing was that Sabaku no Gaara was asleep, and Shukaku hadn't acted up yet. Well, the actual scariest thing was the killing intent the 2 evil twins seemed to generate that made him want to crawl into a hole and hide. Training took over upon panic. No visa. You'll have to go by the main portal. The Chunin replied, burying panic under his training by reflex. We're shinobi of Konoha, we can send a message ahead to warn the guards. Mr. Muto. Muto Yugi Daizu. The vertically challenged one replied. That's my twin, over there, the scary-looking white-haired one is Bakura, and his nicer twin hiding behind is Bakura Ryu. We're here too. He shot a look at his twin, who was currently staring at them with a disconcerting crimson gaze. Years on a team with an Uchiha fangirl had schooled Shikamaru of all the signs to look out for in a Bishonen, however unwilling. Somehow, he knew that if the village fangirls ever saw his scary twin in the loose white cotton-collared shirt and flak jacket with khaki shorts and sandals he had on right now, the Uchiha would be immediately replaced. The twin shrugged in reply. Retrieve lost property. Your friends here, he indicated to the golem's load, need immediate medical assistance. I have already sent 2 shinobi ahead, so we would need to return. My apologies for holding you at knife point, but me and my associates, here Bakura shot a dirty look at him, have bad experience with Shinbi. Shikamaru blinked. And blinked. It takes 2 days to Konohagakure on foot, he slowly stated. Unless we can fly, we've to move immediately and hope for the best. In that case, the twin cocked his head to the side. His jaw and Temeri's dropped at the sight. We would have to fly. Would you care to tag along? It does seem that the 2 of you require medical assistance as well, and we would require navigation to Konoha. We are quite lost, after all. Chapter 3. Well, I actually took some time to write this up, but I wanted to delay the presses a bit first. Enjoy. This FIC is written under the Creative Commons as non-profit fanfiction. The sun was setting over Konohagakure when Samorg finally landed. Their entire group became the first in history to have the head of Anbu torture and interrogation greet them at the portal as the green bird descended before the great gates. True to his reputation, Morino Ibiki did little more than blink and raise near non-existent eyebrows as his eyes widened. Name and rank, he stated brusquely. The 4 looked at each other before turning their gaze on Ibiki. Bakura growled, "We're busy." "My Hikari is tired from the long travel," Yami snapped. "If you will not move, I will move you." Crimson eyes bored holes into the head of Anbu torture and interrogation, promising a bloody and slow vengeance that the head of Anbu and I mentally applauded and promised to himself to learn as soon as possible. "Ibiki-sensei, we need medics quickly," Shikamaru called as he descended upon the forest floor from the bird's back, the sand kunoichi warily following him. The golem followed after, carefully, lowering its load onto soft ground before disappearing in a whisper of purple mist. The bird followed soon after with a musical cry, as did the armed warrior, leaving a pile of corpses outside the village gates. The gate guards immediately moved to dispose of the bodies. "Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are," the torture specialist inquired. "Ah," Yami sighed. "Bakura, you were right. Samorg is getting slow. Told ya." Bakura happily grumbled. "Now, they should be coming." There were 2 rapidly growing spots of shadow growing in the air as the shinobi looked up to see Naruto and Sasuke approaching at terminal velocity from the sky. A black blur leapt from the tree cover and made immediately for them, jumping into the air and neatly catching both boys just 10 meters from the ground. As the trio landed, it was revealed to be a Hitaki Kakashi who had obviously seen better days. A few moments later, the Pugpakun arrived at his feet, took one look at the newcomers, and his eyes abruptly widened. "Never," Kakashi panted, Sharingan eye active, again. "Nice catch," Bakura snarked as he and Ryu made their way into the village, 2 medic nin relieving Kakashi of his burden. "Oi, Yu-Gi-Oh! Me and Ryu are going to the inn first. You want me to take the pipsqueak along?" "Don't hold out on my account, Bakura." Yami shook his head. "After all, there was a reason we booked 2 rooms on opposite ends of the inn." "You did? Oh, thanks," Bakura absent-mindedly replied, pushing a suddenly blushing Ryu into the village, ignoring the shinobi's warning motions and moving for weapons. "You handle customs, I suck at diplomacy." "Glad to see you hold so much trust in me," Yami replied, not missing a beat as he shot a warning glare that made the guards reconsider their choices. "Remember, no funny business. Unless you're outnumbered, or if the opponent goes first, or if both of you are threatened. This is a hidden village. Yeah, I know. Bakura waved it off, lugging 2 heavy backpacks along. Stop nagging, he added as Ryu took the smaller of the 2 packs, before turning around and dismissing the monsters, including the 2 ninja bodyguards. Several shinobi jaws hit the ground as the monsters disappeared in a swirl of purple mist. Remember the last hidden village? Now, go. Yami shot back, before turning to the 2 shinobi guarding the gates. So, where were we? Oh yes, customs. Hikari, are you? Yami, I'm fine, the seemingly shorter twin to Yami replied. Let us settle our passports and deal with the situation tomorrow. Anyo, Ibiki-san? This way, the battle-hardened shinobi stated, turning on his heel. Kakashi, the Hokage wants you present at the hospital. It concerns Uzumaki Naruto. The silver-haired ninja nodded in reply, still silent as he watched the trio move off, the last words of Pakun before it left still echoing. Careful, Kakashi. Those 2, they don't feel right, they emit too much killing intent. They don't smell right. It's like the monsters of the past. They smell like the Biju, only older and with much more blood. It's like the old legends the elders used to tell, the stories of the dangers of the ninja legends, like monsters worse than the Biju could ever be. Tsunade Ba-chan, eat something other than ramen, shitty brat, the 5th Hokage. Slug Princess Tsunade yelled at the newest patient. In the bed beside him slept Gaara, which on hindsight was scary, but she was counting her blessings anyway. Naruto had really dragged a now unconscious Sasuke back to Konoha, or more accurately they flew back, but it didn't matter anyway. Both were relatively safe now, until the next crisis. But, Ba-chan, Naruto whined. Hokage-sama, Morino Ibiki greeted as he walked in. 4 travelers came to Konoha today, 2 of which are handling their passports at customs. The other 2 are currently checking into their rooms at the Konoha Onsen Inn. It was then that the 2 Anbu hidden behind Ibiki made itself known and handed her the approved documents. Tsunade privately wondered at their hair. A more colorful combination had not been found yet, or Naruto would be wearing it. As it were, Naruto was loud enough already. As it were, the 2 she was wondering about were escorted into the hospital room. Good afternoon, Hokage-sama, the taller one spoke. I am Ya Yu-Gi-Oh, he amended as his partner discreetly elbowed him, and this is my partner, Muto Yugi. We came here to retrieve some lost property and somehow, we were redirected to you by the customs. Oh, you, Naruto exclaimed. Bastard, you told the huge green chicken which that bandaged ninja morphed into to send me back. I was blown back all the way by that huge chicken. It would help if you were to refrain from referring to the god bird. Samorg is poultry, Yami coldly replied. After all, it is customary not to insult a 5-story tall bird, no matter how much it resembles its mundane cousins. Tsunade tried not to chuckle at that mental imagery. Anyway, Yu-Gi-Oh continued, ignoring Naruto's progressively louder exclamations, we are here about that lost property. Your property concerns may be important, Tsunade diplomatically began, but the village is currently recovering from a war. Oh, but this concerns the resident within that boy, Yugi piped up for the first time. Odd, but normally people don't get demons willingly sealed into them, do they? We are here, of course, Hokage-sama, to discuss the recovery of the Kyuubi no Yonku. A pin dropping from across the village could be heard clearly in the silence that followed. What? Naruto managed to stutter. Like I said before. Kyuubi, I want a word with you. Yami snarled in Naruto's direction. I know that you can take a spectral form. Here, now. Not in a million years are you going to be dragging me back, the proud Biju muttered in Naruto's mindscape. He says no, the blonde relayed, aware that Yami was currently releasing killer intent that made even Orochimaru look about as threatening as Michael Jackson. Already the blonde could see Ibiki and Kakashi take 2 steps back, while Tsunade barely held her place. Either I come in, or you come out, Yami stated, matter of fact. A moment later, red chakra, painless but visible, seemed to flow from Naruto to form a fox's face, its red eyes gleaming with hate, floating over the hospital bed. The shinobi present except for Naruto took several steps back. You, it hissed. And hello, Kyuubi, Ugio dryly replied. It took 600 years before anyone noticed your absence, and 400 years to locate the 9 of you, you know. No one asked. Yu-Gi-Oh!, the fox avatar mockingly replied. And you wouldn't drag me out when the kid could be killed, right? There's no way to drag me back to the shadows, Osama. You underestimate me, the crimson-eyed youth coldly answered, hands fisted at his sides. Perhaps you should remember that even if you leave, the shadows recognize their own. And they answer to only 6 people, one of them being me. That includes you. The fox avatar hissed, twisting into indistinct shapes, chakra writhing like indistinct mist as if the demon itself was in pain. Naruto's eyes screwed up as the fox's screams echoed through his mind. The remaining shinobi stood frozen, unsure of how to act. As the shrieks died off into echoes, the chakra regained the shape of a terribly exhausted fox. Therefore, I brought this, Yami airily stated as his hand pulled out a brown-backed playing card slowly from his pocket. The shinobi present were actually rather surprised to see the fox's face blanch in apparent horror. It was like seeing a typhoon with a phobia of mice. Yes, I will drag you out of the prison the humans put you in if necessary, and show you the shadows' prisons. I'm told that it's quite the enlightening experience. No, brat, stop him. The fox howled as the tri-colored hair man advanced forward. Naruto looked at the brown-backed card with some trepidation, hardly daring to imagine how a square of cardboard was supposed to scare the Kyuubi into whimpering. No. Golden chakra began leaking from the nearby Gaara to form a miniature Tanuki face. Shit, stupid seal. Can't escape. 2 of you in the same room. Yami skeptically stated, pausing in his tracks. Ichibi, you never were on good terms with Kyuubi. What changed your mind? Bloody bastard, I'd rather spend eternity with this kid than go back. I get to kill people here. Ichibi no Shukaku howled loud. Enough to crack the glass. And I'm powerful. No one gives a damn if another monster's missing back home, but here, we're the next best thing to God. I see that the king of all animals would have to re-educate you. When we send you back, Yami dryly replied. 2 in 1 day, of course, the details of your release would have to be discussed with them first. I imagine it would be quite rude to unwillingly subject shinobi to an extraction. He trailed off as his eyes widened. Oh, Kyuubi. Figured it out, haven't you? The fox was smug once more. Oh yeah, the Tanuki sang. One more word from you, raccoon, and Behemoth himself would re-educate you, Yami threatened. Sleep, both of you. Ichibi, if you try to eat your host, I will deal with you. And then I'll let Gaizuru deal with you. Then Behemoth will deal with you. The fox and the Tanuki visibly gulped as gold and red chakra faded. That was, Tsunade found her voice. The common interaction between Biju and their masters. Idiot human who sealed the Kyuubi, Yami muttered, mostly to himself before turning on Tsunade. Cold crimson met brown. Like I said, I am here to recover my property. I am willing to compensate the village for any losses incurred during his reign of terror. What is important is that he returns with me to serve his sentence. Come with me. Tsunade brusquely replied as she led them out against Naruto's insistent yells and through the hospital's hallways. What relationship do you share with the Biju? The Hokage started conversationally. His boss reports to another boss, who reports to another boss, who reports to me, Yami shrugged, as if being the overall master of the Biju was a minor thing. The same relationship goes for all the tailed beasts, as you call them, that seems to have escaped from me. There was a stunned silence as they absorbed the implications of the last few sentences. However, he blithely continued. We appear to have misplaced several demons and hence we have been busy searching and retrieving them. There was a subtle twitch about the Hokage as they walked towards a nondescript door set in the wall, Mitarashi Anko standing guard. The almost twins stopped in surprise before Anko. Cursed, Yugi whispered. Oh, my. The 3 Junin and 1 Hokage froze where they stood. Yeah, Anko shrugged, playing the cool facade. It's a long story. There's a seal on it, though, so it's mostly fine. The seal weakens with each passing day, the taller one whispered. And as it does, your will erodes, and soon you become nothing more than a power-hungry puppet. We could do something about that. Anko snorted. It's a cursed seal placed by the snake Sanin Orochimaru himself. Even the Sandame couldn't do it. And I wouldn't let a couple of brats near me anyway. The shorter one turned visibly widening eyes at the female Junin. It's on her neck, mo hitori no boku. It would take an active will to do so anyway, the other replied as they followed Tsunade into the room towards the unconscious Sasuke. The thing is, right now, since the seal on the boy is threatening his life and sanity, I can remove it and not feel guilty afterwards. You can remove cursed seals? Tsunade exclaimed, as did the three others standing outside. The taller moved beside Sasuke, turning the brunette's head with his hand until the cursed seal was revealed in all its glory. He pulled out the same card and muttered a few words over it, making a few hand signs that were unintelligible to the shinobi present, before reaching into the card and pulling through it. Something suspiciously high-pitched and a lot like Michael Jackson's howls screamed as Sasuke thrashed around a bit, but calmed before the shinobi could react. Calmly, the taller one held up the card, which contained a picture of the curse mark, laid out flat. And not a single mark was on the Uchiha's skin. So, what about that offer? Yugi now asked a stunned Anko. The Junin were busy picking up their jaws from the floor, while Tsunade seemed to have acquired a case of the widening eyes. Tsunade recovered soon enough, turning her towards the door. Hitaki, Morino, follow me. Mitarashi, thorough checkup on Sasuke. That went well, Yugi commented as he leant against the window pane, watching Anko perform jutsu that left him wondering about the strange ways of shinobi. Oh yes, Yami replied, voice as dry as the desert sun, as awkward the moment was. It seems like they comprehend what our presence means. Huh? Yugi inquired, eyes wide as they took in the village sights in the light of the dying sun, the Hokage monument above all, from their view from the hospital window. The Ichibi mentioned that they were the closest thing to God, Yami elaborated. Having shown ourselves capable of scaring the most powerful thing they have ever comprehended, to a shinobi, we have become the biggest threat. Now, if they had any sense, they would try to pull us to their side. That or kill us. Yugi wisely pointed out. That too, Yami agreed, an unholy smirk blooming on his face. Then again, what do you say to some divine intervention? I imagine Osiris is getting hungry. Please read and review. Chapter 4. Please review. I desperately need to learn more about the art of writing and I cannot do it by self-criticism alone. That was terrifying, Kakashi lightly commented. Terrifying indeed. A cursed seal that even the professor, Sandame, couldn't remove fallen apart into a card in the hands of a teenager. Unexpected, Ibiki agreed. That is what we want on our side, Tsunade commented. And I have the feeling that that's not their only power. Morino, you said they summoned a giant green falcon? And they flew on it? Yes, Hokage-sama, Ibiki reported. Even Kakashi looked faintly stunned. And apparently there were more reports of more strange creatures from the Genin team they came back with. Ibiki chose his words carefully. Naruto said that they were accompanied with two shinobi with no Hite-8 in sight and extremely dangerous skill, for one of them to have taken down Uchiha Sasuke quite easily even. With the cursed seal fully active, if he is to be believed, the ninja then transformed to a great big green chicken, as described by Uzumaki Naruto, and blew the pair of them back with a single flap of its wings. My belief is that he was referring to the giant green falcon they flew here and later dismissed as a summons, along with a golem and an armed warrior. A human summons is most unusual, Tsunade noted, curious. My ninja dogs reported that they smelt like the Biju, except older. Kakashi reported next. They don't smell right, they don't feel right, they emit too much killing intent for any normal human being, and even my Kachiyose seemed afraid of them. Pakun wouldn't even stay within earshot of them. Watch. A Kachiyose later, Pakun was shivering and cowering in Kakashi's arms, scrabbling to get away from the two almost lookalikes who were looking at the Hokage monument in awe, oblivious to the ninja contingent. Care to explain? Kakashi stated as the pug tried to burrow further into his jacket. Can't, summoning contract, privacy clause, along with oh gods let go. Pakun yelped quietly. Tsunade scratched her brow. Odd, she did her own Kachiyose and soon a slug appeared. Yes, Tsunade-sama, the slug's melodious voice whispered. Tsunade pointed to the two oblivious near lookalikes. Do you recognize them? The slug looked before turning back to the Hokage, its voice reverent. They are masters of the summoning, lords of a realm of demons. Young ninja animals are taught to run and hide in the presence of these shadow lords. If the Biju were monsters, then they would be the ones who control the monsters, the ones who the monsters ultimately answer to. The slug then turned nervous. Even the gods' power are at their command. And they want their property, the Kyuubi, back. Tsunade finished, face-palming. Damn you, Sarutobi-sensei. Several Enbu flashed into view. Hokage-sama, they greeted, hands on weapons. There was an abrupt yelp, before the crackle of lightning, and another Enbu flew out of the open door. Tsunade barged in to be greeted by the sight of a stunned Kunoichi Junin and the two lookalikes, the taller of them holding a slightly smoking card. Evidently Yu-Gi-Oh didn't like their reaction, for he soon drew another card. Explain, he stated to Tsunade, brown-backed card threateningly held out. It was funny how a playing card could suddenly seem so ominous, even to the legendary gambling sucker. A sound incursion team has been sighted heading towards Konohagakure, one of the Enbu reported. They're heading from the west as we speak. Tsunade nodded. Intercept the forces, arrest them. I see. It looks like my property problem can wait until daylight, Yu-Gi-Oh observed, still holding on to the card. Hokage-sama, I will leave you to your duties, then. Uzumaki Naruto is a shinobi of the leaf, Tsunade retorted as the two turned to leave. If you want him, it will happen when hell freezes over. Yu-Gi-Oh stopped, raising an eyebrow. Hell is frozen in some parts, so I do guess it counts. Furthermore, remember that Naruto and the Kyuubi, several Enbu froze at the open defiance of the law, are separate entities. My property pertains to the Kyuubi alone. It does not extend to the vessel. The seal, Tsunade faltered upon recalling how easily the curse seal had been picked apart. Tricky, Yu-Gi-Oh admitted. I do not often meet things that require the sacrifice of a life to seal. Nevertheless, it appears that right now you are busy with a possible infiltration attempt, and hence we will resolve this after your crisis, assuming that it does succeed. He then turned to leave. I am no shinobi. I cannot be expected to understand what you would do now, so I will wait, and I will hope, and perhaps, if my interests are threatened, I will help. Good day. Hokage-sama. I will arrange for an appointment on the morrow. We are weary. Aibo, let's go. Wait. What about the shinobi lady? Yugi insisted. We can at least remove the seal first. Whatever we do without permission must represent a threat to their sanity or life. Aibo, we must wait. No, Anko spoke loudly, storming up to him. How fast can you remove it? He blinked. It depends, really, but not now. We have only just arrived and must recuperate. My apologies. How long? Anko insisted, face set. A kunai was twirling in her hand, as if she was itching to throw it. We'll have to make an appointment, Yu-Gi-Oh politely replied, unafraid, leading his Aibo by the hand. Tomorrow at 8 am. We'll be making an appointment for an audience with the Hokage. Perhaps we will see you at 11. The Kyuubi is under surveillance, Yugi told the Bakuri later in their private quarters, having convened at the punk-haired pair's rooms. Yami's recovering from a headache now, though. Ryu nodded in reply. We can utilize the Biju as bargaining chips, Bakura interrupted, while we get away. If there's anything we learned while traveling, it's that shinobi always look for more power. They don't know that we have more than what they themselves will ever comprehend. True, Yugi nodded. We must get the Ichibi and the Kyuubi before we leave Konoha anyway. From there, we can head towards the other countries and find more of them. Aibo, Yami no Yugi groaned as he stepped into the room. There are shinobi watching us. Well, what's the plan, Para? Bakura asked. The look on his face was grim. Nothing. Yami, Yugi began. We are exhausted from traveling. There is hardly anything we can do now. The hospital is likely under security and our property is not likely to abscond anywhere. He explained. Therefore there is no need to do anything. Should the shinobi move against us, traps will be activated and reduce them. Is that really necessary? A voice came from the shadows of their room. Tsunade and her retinue were not truly prepared for their shadows to erupt and hold them in place. Hokage-sama, the four greeted coldly as one. You are extremely lucky that I have set the traps to capture and not kill, Yami added coldly, eyes blazing. What are your intentions towards Konoha? She asked. You, she indicated at Yami, have confessed yourself after the Biju. Are you with Akatsuki? What are your intentions? Whatever this Akatsuki is, we are not allied to it. Yu-Gi-Oh replied, frowning. We are here for our property, the Kyuubi. We will leave upon recovering our property. Tsunade sighed, discarding the raging act. I see. I suppose then that we should conduct negotiations to discuss the trade tomorrow. Agreed, Yu-Gi-Oh said without hesitation. Good night, Hokage. Sama, and please take all your guards, your eyes and your ears with you. My friend here is extremely protective of his privacy and bloodthirsty in his methods of securing it. I fear that he might severely maim any stranger he finds rifling through his stuff right now. Bakura smirked as an unholy yelp came from the rooms across the inn. The rooms of the Bakuri. It was the kind of smirk that sent shivers down the spines of some of the hardened warriors present. Tsunade's skin itself crawled. This is a demon, she realized. No, not right. These are the ones the demons answer to. Uchiha Sasuke woke up, free, as the sun broke through to color the sky. Pale fingers brushed the part where the curse mark once resided. Having remembered everything after having just awoken, contemplated his actions once more in the quiet half-night the hospital afforded. He felt weaker, more tired, but finally, free. Free of the pain of the seal, free from the constant struggle. And the one who had removed it, what power! He was broken out of the constant reverie by the door opening. His head turned to see the loudest, most unpredictable ninja in Konoha with bandages, a foot cast, and using crutches. Yo, Sasuke, the loud mouth greeted. Sasuke replied. Silence reigned. We got blown back by a huge green chicken, Naruto commented. That was interesting. Beaten by poultry, the two of us, Sasuke replied. We'll never live it down. Hell yeah. More silence. It was still giant and badass. Naruto continued. And the bandaged ninja who turned into the chicken, he was really fast. And strong, Sasuke added, wincing at the pain in his shoulder. Yeah, Naruto enthusiastically continued. The weird guy with the crazy hair's scary. He's in Konoha, you know, with his twin and another pair of twins. Yeah, he was here. Before that, he visited me in Gaara. Kyuubi's scared of him. Which put things into perspective. The guy with weird hair trumped Orochimaru on any day. Then he left, and I sneaked after Ba-chan and the two weird guys. They're like twins, you know, except one's nicer and the other's scarier, and they said that Crazy Anko had a seal as well and they removed your seal. Scary Twin also said that the seal controls your mind. Kakashi-sensei told me. Black eyes widened. Yeah, and then he did this weird thing and the next thing Kakashi. Sensei no, the seal's in a card and your, Naruto scratched his head, here. Silence descended once more. I'm not going to say anything. Naruto continued. The seal put something on you, and it's obviously not you, so there's nothing, really. And then you're here, and I beat you up, and well. Dobi. Shut up. Hey, thanks, you're welcome. Kakashi stood by the door to Sasuke's room, deliberating. He had gone to see Naruto, only to be informed by a half-asleep Gaara that Naruto had gone to see his teammate. Judging from how Gaara held onto the pillow, Kakashi had privately thought the sand shinobi about to abscond with it and left the room, leaving him with his love affair with the hospital bed. It was endearing. It was also creepy beyond all reason. It was also disconcerting how Gaara had warned him. Yu-Gi-Oh will come for the Biju soon. They might rebel and tear Naruto apart to escape. Protect him. Sighing, Kakashi recalled last night, when he had visited the four as part of the Hokage's entourage. Flashback. The shinobi found themselves tangled, held by their own shadows as the four turned to them. Claws wormed their way out of the umbra and soon held themselves close to jugulars, veins and arteries. Then came the extremely awkward conversation and the thinly veiled threat. A stunned silence descended upon the room. Be that as it may, Yu-Gi-Oh continued. We are clearly in need of information. If you may provide a map of the shinobi continent as well as information on the Kyuubi's seal, we would be extremely grateful. The claw on his jugular seemed to tighten in emphasis. We can provide a map, Tsunade agreed. But there are very real threats to anyone connected to the Biju now, and while we do not dispute your ability, It seems that you have people who require protecting. Yu-Gi-Oh seemed to frown, his eyes darting to Ryu and Yugi, followed by Bakura. There seemed to be a mental conversation going on between them for a few moments before Yu-Gi-Oh's eyes snapped back to Tsunade. If we must, we will take the Kyuubi vessel and the one he was fighting at the Valley of the End. Yu-Gi-Oh decided. The Kyuubi vessel is an obvious choice, the other because of the mental trauma associated with the curse seal. Mental trauma. Tsunade's eyes widened. That thing was specifically created to interfere with the body's natural systems and corrupt the mind with power, Yu-Gi-Oh elaborated. It is essentially a mental drug used to place a mind under another's control, impair one's judgment, force one to desire the feeling of power, enhance negative thoughts. A form of mind control, if you will. I would require more information, but I can surmise that he is under puberty. If so, then he would have been more susceptible to such influence. Minds at that stage are always easy to mold. So flexible. Kakashi felt vaguely sickened, Tsunade looked openly so. Hence he would require advanced help to recover, Yu-Gi-Oh finished. Their teammates would also have to follow, Tsunade warned. If they must, Yu-Gi-Oh shrugged. That is, if they can cope with the threats faced during our travels. They are shinobi, they are more than capable, Tsunade hotly replied. Yu-Gi-Oh's expression was blank and cold, crimson eyes piercing like the Sharingan, except that Kakashi had never before felt such fear associated with the red eyes. I mean demons, Hokage-sama. Monsters much like the god bird Samorg in my employ, warriors of skill beyond compare, beasts of equal if not higher standing than the Kyuubi. He then leaned closer and in a whisper, wistfully confessed. I hope that you do manage to sleep well tonight, Hokage-sama. There are after all, several eyes watching in the darkness. Flashback and recalling those eyes, Kakashi could not help but shudder. The last time he had looked into any such eyes was in his own eye, in Sasuke and in the eyes of Uchiha Itachi. Such intensity even put the Sharingan to shame. And this was one with command over that monster. Sasuke. The loud-mouthed ninja stated. Loudly. Stop yelling, Dobi. Thesis: a hospital in the early morning. Oh, Can you shut up? Sasuke's voice was exasperated, but affectionate, Kakashi noted as he opened the door without knocking. It was as if whatever good nature he had lost with the curse seal was recovered upon its removal. Orochimaru had a lot to answer for, he silently swore to himself. Yo, he greeted his students. Naruto, you know the Hokage said mandatory bed rest. But, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, you're cleared of any charges since Yu-Gi-Oh stated that you were under mind control, Kakashi continued, ignoring Naruto by dint of long practice. Sasuke twitched. Visibly. Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, the guy who summoned the green chicken who blew us back. Naruto's fist made contact with his palm, the metaphorical light bulb lighting up. Oh yeah, I gotta go after the bastard, dunno what he did to Gaara. Now Gaara's asleep and it's all creepy. Green chicken? Sasuke asked the sensei, ignoring Naruto's rant. More like a 5-story tall green falcon. Kakashi replied. The seal's removed, by the way. I know. Sasuke's fingers automatically flew to his neck. I want to thank them. You might not want to after I tell you our next mission, Kakashi lightheartedly commented, but we'll have to wait. The door flew open again as Sakura barreled in. Naruto. Sasuke-kun. Sakura-chan. I did it. Naruto flashed his biggest grin. Liar, Sasuke commented. We were blown back by the green chicken, remember? It was 5 stories tall. Naruto protested. Come on, even I can't take on a huge green chicken. Don't ever do it again, Sakura cried, bopping the two on the head. I was worried about both of you. That hurt, both of them commented. Despite himself, despite the threat now in their village, Kakashi smiled to himself as the sun rose in the sky outside. Their Team 7 was back. All was well, for now. Bet you didn't expect that. Well, I don't really believe it bashing characters, but let's see how it all works out first, Chapter 5. Bodyguards, Bakura stated flatly, legs splashing in hot water. Wincing as the morning chill in his feet met the hot water. You want us to take on shinobi bodyguards? People who would kill us as easily as help us. We require knowledge of how this world works, Yami explained, already deeply immersed in the onsen. Beside him, Yugi soaked, daydreaming. It makes sense to take them up on their offer. Besides, we can gloss over a few details and throw them to the shadows if they try. Furthermore, we flirt with danger with you around already. What's a team of ninja compared to Tozokuo Bakura? Flattery gets you nowhere, Para. A smirking Bakura shot back as his eyes wandered to Ryu already blushing from prolonged contact with the hot springs. And possibly extended contact with Bakura. But I see your point. And they can guard our Hikari S2. The black-haired one was interesting, wasn't he? An Avenger, Yami reiterated. With the red eyes and a dark aura. Offshoots of yours? Not likely. I never had children. Looked T different horizons, remember? Seth, maybe. Never heard. Bakura purred, finally descending into the water with a relieved sigh. I heard women swear up and down the Nile about you, but not about that stick up his ass. Yami scowled. Says the master of the 9-day orgy. Now it was Bakura's turn to scowl. Now how did you, Medjai? Figures. Bloody eyes and ears everywhere. Bakura muttered, shaking his head. You see that pervert near the women's hot springs? Chronic case if there ever was one. I see him. In a ninja village. Yami sounded almost amused as the pair watched the white-haired pervert peeping near the women's baths. Continuing on, sure he's not one of yours? Not bloody likely, Bakura scoffed, watching the pervert scarper from several angry kunoichi. Being the thief king wasn't a viable occupation to have kids around. Apprentices maybe, but not kids. The blonde container was also interesting. Yugi interrupted the conversation. Don't you think so, Mo Hitori no Boku? The Yu-Gi-Oh turned rapidly softening eyes towards his light, much to the amusement of the other Hikari Yami pair, who were often much amused by Yugi's general antics, non-Yami or otherwise. It was like a soap opera, only that you just couldn't believe anyone could be that whipped. Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh could hold his own against almost any. Will, save that of his light. The white-haired pair firmly believed that if Yugi asked the pharaoh to incinerate the world, the only question would be, to what extent? It was a scary thought, seeing as Bakura was a Yami as well. Intriguing perhaps, Yami agreed. But it is the seal that I am more worried about. Sacrifice seals come with Shinigami. He shuddered slightly. And our relations with death aren't exactly stellar at the moment, are they? Yugi sighed. What would this mean? Research, Yami supplied. And possible espionage. I will find a copy of the seal and send it to the Castle of Dark Illusions and the Royal Magical Library. Failing that, the Magical Citadel of Endymion. If all else fails, then perhaps more actions will be undertaken. That means me, huh? Bakura sighed. I'm still not acting the hero, though. We know, the three replied. Bodyguards? Sasuke stated skeptically. We're supposed to be bodyguards to them. Why? And for that matter, why us? Naruto because of his problem, Kakashi lamely explained. Sakura had already informed them of Tsunade's accepting her as an apprentice, and thus it was just their three-man team. We know, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto dully told the copy ninja. Sasuke Teme saw it. Because he contains the Kyuubi. Sasuke stated, I can see why, but why me? Kakashi was pleased at how his student emphasized the Kyuubi, as if the two were different entities. Indeed, Orochimaru had a lot to answer for, because of the mental trauma. I can assure you that I don't feel homicidal at all, Sasuke dryly replied. Kakashi, there's more to this mission, right? True, Ba-chan wouldn't send mere genin on this mission, Naruto slowly stated, comprehension finally dawning. It's a B rank, maybe even a rank, or S rank, if we face other shinobi, right, Kakashi? Sensei. Right, the Junin replied, nodding. On the surface, we are bodyguards. What we're actually doing is finding out their exact intentions and powers. They are capable of feats previously thought impossible, if they can actually control the Biju. They can, Naruto spoke up. Not just a genjutsu either. Kyuubi was really screaming in pain when Yu-Gi-Oh did some funny thing. He indicated the motions with his fingers and accurately described Kyuubi's fear of a normal playing card. A portable prison, Kakashi stated, almost sweating as the Implication of someone carrying one of the nine-tailed beasts in their pocket sank in. They're trapping the Biju in cards. Easy to hold and hide, and can be used in an instant, a most portable weapon. Why do you make it sound like Cardcaptor Sakura? Naruto asked. How do you even know the plot of Cardcaptor Sakura was on everyone else's mind? You know, when you say it like that, it really does sound eerily like Cardcaptor Sakura, Sasuke muttered. So, we must not fail on this mission. Kakashi started, rising up from his chair. I'm going to the Hokage Tower. 2 of the 4, including Yu-Gi-Oh, are arranging an appointment with the Hokage today. We'd like to arrange an appointment with the Hokage, Yami told the receptionist. The Hokage will see you now. A nearby Chunin nodded in their direction. She pushed back all of today's appointments for this. And called the council elders. And called Danzo. You must be pretty important. Perhaps, Yami non-committally replied, following the elite ninjas. Led towards the Hokage's office, while in truth he and his light were pretty surprised. Tsunade downed a cup of sake she had managed to smuggle into her office. After all, this was the deciding meeting of the Kyuubi's fate. Assuredly not Naruto's fate. It still did not mean that the sake was not needed. Plus, after Yu-Gi-Oh's warning she found it impossible to sleep, attempting to suppress the instincts which screamed, "There are monsters under my bed, run." There wasn't any space between the floor and her futon for a piece of paper to go unnoticed, never mind monsters, but the fear persisted nevertheless. On either side of the Hokage's desk stood the council elders Homura and Kaharu, oddly quiet, and by the windows stood in impatient Danzo, also oddly quiet. They could, as shinobi, sense the dangerous power approaching at walking speed. The door opened to admit the 2 she had met yesterday, Yu-Gi-Oh and Yugi. Yu-Gi-Oh's piercing eyes seemingly scanning the room before flicking to Danzo, Homura and Kaharu in order of succession. The killing intent was gone, replaced by cautious wariness, and Tsunade caught Danzo stiffen in her peripheral vision. Yugi, on the other hand, seemed curious and cautious, but hardly anything else. Both wore matching black vests under a khaki flak jacket, with khaki pants and multiple belts and dog collars on. The only difference other than mannerisms was that Yu-Gi-Oh wore a red fingerless glove on his left hand and black combat boots, while Yugi had on open-toed sandals and wore the other glove on his right hand. Side by side, they were contrasting mirror images, a stunning sight to see. Come in. Tsunade rose, indicating to 2 chairs in front of her desk. Hokage-sama, they greeted as one. This are Elders Mitokado and Utatane of the Konoha Council, and over there is Elder Shimura. They will be here to oversee the case. The 2 exchanged significant looks before sitting. Let us embrace brevity, Yu-Gi-Oh began. I have some misplaced property that somehow found its way into your village and has been sealed for 12 years. The seal is in such a way that its removal would likely kill the undoer, and breaking the seal breaks both the vessel and the thing. Needless to say, this is extremely vexing, he added, emphasizing on the last word. To clarify to the elders, please state the property under dispute, Tsunade replied as per protocol, secretly anticipating the old fogey's reaction. I am speaking of the Kyuubi no Yonku, Yu-Gi-Oh airily stated. There was the sound of wood cracking, several gasps and chokes from the elders and above. In surprise, Yugi looked up to see several elite shinobi clutched to the ceiling, trying not to laugh. This is the most ludicrous thing I have ever heard, Homura scoffed, turning to leave. You have wasted our time, young man. I think not, Yu-Gi-Oh replied, inclining his head. I had a conversation before the Hokage herself and 2 other shinobi who were present last night to prove my dominion over the Biju under dispute. To the elder's shock, Tsunade slowly nodded. Morino Ibiki and Hitaki Kakashi should be able to confirm his words, she stated. But the Biju, it's a demon, Kaharu cried. How can it belong to a mortal? It reports to a boss, which then reports to another boss, which then reports to us, he flippantly replied. Does that satisfactorily answer your questions? This is a very serious claim, Danzo gravely stated. Do you have any proof? The witness of the sitting Hokage and 2 other ninja is not enough, Yu-Gi-Oh stated calmly. What more is needed? The Kyuubi's word. If you wanted him here you could have asked. Even so, there is no way we can remove the seal without killing Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade firmly replied. Your property is thus irretrievable unless you can undo the seal without killing him. Is this a challenge, Hokage-sama? Yu-Gi-Oh's voice grew dangerously soft. I could do it without killing him. It's just that I'll be consigning him to a fate worse than death if I do. What Yu-Gi-Oh here is requesting, Yugi took over, glaring at his partner, is that we are given the go-ahead to recover the Kyuubi. We will then be staying in the village to do so. We come in peace and a position of trust to do so. We are not endangering your village's shinobi, nor are we threatening your people. We cannot allow the Kyuubi to roam free again. Kaharu heatedly protested. The last 2 decades saw a peace brought on by the sealing of the Biju, instead of widespread destruction that spread in their wake. Now every hidden village holds at least one Jinchuriki. To remove Konohas only serve to disrupt the balance of power amongst the 5 villages. Yes, I fully intend to send all of them back to their world, Yu-Gi-Oh coldly replied. It is just that you have 2 vessels here in Konoha. It is an extremely opportune moment to take back both of the tailed beasts. Kaharu is right, Danzo murmured. How do we know that you will not turn the Kyuubi against us instead? You don't, Yu-Gi-Oh replied. Just like I do not trust you to allow us to leave this village without joining your side. I am merely here to retrieve the Kyuubi, my property. If I cannot come to it, it must come to me. By any means necessary. If it is any consolation, I am prepared to compensate Konoha and promise not to allow the Kyuubi to ever harm your village ever again. However, I do not take any other sides, only mine. What can you give us to compensate for the lives lost fighting the Kyuubi? Homura stated, his voice rising with every word as he turned towards Yu-Gi-Oh. So many died in the senseless violence to kill the immortal. Our hero died for this cause. You cannot expect us to hand over the 4th Hokage's legacy so easily. Yu-Gi-Oh sighed openly. Name your price. I will try to fulfill it if I can. They didn't get to say anything before a force like 100 anvils crashed down on them, almost sending them to their knees. Shinobi dropped from the ceiling in shock, some dashing for the Hokage's door upon landing, whether on their feet, back or front. Only Yu-Gi-Oh and Yugi were unaffected, enjoying each other's company. I am one of 6 who control the shadows and their denizens, Yu-Gi-Oh pleasantly told the shocked Danzo and Tsunade, Kaharu and Homura having been knocked unconscious by willpower alone. I am someone who sees the Biju as property and almost unnoticeable property at that. Right now, I am respecting the office of the Hokage and the reputation of the legendary Sannin by not immediately ordering the Kyuubi to release itself or kidnapping the vessel. I am also beginning to lose my patience. Is there any other queries? The only conscious people, Tsunade and Danzo, mutely shook their heads. Tsunade was still gripping the broken Hokage desk, her left hand refusing to unclench from the wood grain. Yu-Gi-Oh raised an eyebrow at the sight. No? Good. I hope to receive your reply soon, Hokage-sama. Good day. Aibo, come. They turned around. Perhaps we can find the shinobi lady somewhere around soon. Be careful, Tsunade-sama, Danzo quietly murmured as the door closed. They scare me. Shimura Danzo was hardly a man who scared easily, having run Root Anbu and trained several emotionless shinobi. She knew, to have scared the Warhawk, as he was known in the Konoha Council, did not sit well with her, even if this provided conclusive proof of their claims. Chapter 6. Is that a Kekkei Genkei? Enko asked as she winced slightly in pain, the card on her neck glowing a dark green. The drain the process took on her was completely worth the prospect of being finally free of the snake Sannin. Never mind the odd looks from the ninjas surrounding them who gave them the occasional odd look. Not as far as I know, Yugi replied, peeling off the now-filled card. Do you want to keep it as a souvenir? I understand that some doctors do that, Mitarashi-san. Her expression turned from tired to somber as she stood up, tired but free. She held her hand out for the card. Thank you, she sincerely thanked Yami. I did not do it for you, he replied warily as she took the card. I did it for 2 reasons. Enko nodded. I know the first one's to prove your power, but the second? My Aibo wanted it. Yu-Gi-Oh shrugged, expression softening as his eyes wandered to Yugi's studiously studying the menu. What my Aibo wants, he gets. Even if it means wrestling a seal that was injected into a body off into a card by pure will alone. From the look on his face, Mitarashi Anko had no doubt as to that declaration's truth that the crimson-eyed youth would commit extreme mass murder if his partner so much as asked. "So, what's your real name?" she emphasized. As a special Junin, she had excellent hearing. He had hesitated on giving his name before, and surely no sane parent would name their child Yu-Gi-Oh. "I have many names, and they are feared by demons, even though they hide in my midst," he shrugged, standing up. "Either way, you have my name now. What's good to eat here?" Yugi asked as the waiter finally got around to their table to take their orders. It was widely known in Konoha that Uzumaki Naruto absolutely hated hospitals. Nurses and doctors alike complained that having him in the hospital raised the noise levels to unprecedented levels. The fact that he was hyped up on sweets sent from various fangirls to Sasuke, who had made the mistake of foisting it off on his teammate, certainly didn't help things. By lunch, Sasuke was ready to abandon his emotionless facade and face palm. Being confined to bed rest with a hyperactive loudmouth ninja in a "kill me" orange jumpsuit was the worst torture ever. Sasuke privately suspected that the Anbu left Naruto here to torture him. It was either that, or face the possibility that being locked in a room with Naruto on sugar high was worse than any Anbu prescribed torture. The only reason he refrained from saying it out loud was a deep desire not to give the sadists at T&I any ideas. Prior to this, Sasuke had never been forced to share a ward with Naruto, hence he never really realized how irritating Naruto could be on recuperating patients. Naruto's conversation while stuck in hospital seemed to revolve around bills, ramen, worrying about funds, ramen, worrying about the rest, ramen delivery. The only relief was when Naruto went to pester the rest of the retrieval team, who were stuck in the hospital for at least a week. The horror. Recuperating ninjas were hardly the best of patients. In contrast, young ninjas on the mend could have made the worst patients. Sasuke was only glad that Naruto had dashed off or hobbled as quickly as the crutches allowed for lunch back at his own room, thus leaving him to eat in peace. He would have complained if the other option was the stifling silence of the hospital which he loathed, even if it was precious silence. As it were, he could occupy himself abusing Naruto. He was thus very surprised to see his window open to admit two white-haired youths. Vaguely, he remembered them from the Valley of the End as accompanying the one named Yu-Gi-Oh. "Security really needs help," one of the two, the one with sharper features, commented as he helped the other down. "We have ourselves one injured ninja here and hardly any guards. You'd think they place more guards around their wounded." "Yami, this room is," the other, softer-featured youth was about to reply before being yanked towards the door by the one addressed D as Yami. "Right, let's see, second to the right," the first one muttered as he opened the door, pulling the other, who gave Sasuke an apologetic look as they left. Sasuke blinked before returning to his lunch. It was then that the full situation hit him. Lunch tray flying as he leapt off the bed, he resolutely ignored his body's pain and dashed for the room second to the right from his. The Jinchuriki room. "Naruto, I haven't beat you yet, don't die now, damn it." It took 2 hours to extract Shukaku from the one named Gaara. Well, it actually took 5 minutes to get Gaara to anywhere near comprehension and coherency and to explain the situation, 1 second for him to agree, and the rest to fully extract the demon, leaving behind bits of demonic chakra in Gaara's body to acclimatize it to the removal over the next 6 months. Finally, as Bakura stomped the last bit of the sand demon into the card, much to Gaara's consternation, a loud hiss and 2 loud and angry exclamations from outside the room made itself known. "Damn, they broke the barrier." Bakura swore. "Kyuubi, I'll be back for you later," he muttered towards the door's direction, pocketing the demon-containing card. "Gaara-san, you might want to send news to your village quickly," Ryu told a weary sand shinobi. "You yourself would be unable to move for a while. Oh, and tell this Chiyo, whoever they are, that their ceiling needs work," Bakura added. "We don't have time." He brusquely changed the subject as he stomped the last bit of sand off his black combat boots while making complex motions towards Gaara's direction. "Hikari, let's go." "Why?" Ryu curiously asked. "I left Curse of Dragon outside, and it tends to get noisily pyrotechnic if we don't get back soon." Bakura glared at the door which the shinobi were now pounding. "Damn. Right, we'll have to make a run for it." "Yami, let's see, killing would ruin our plans, and Pharaoh's gonna be pissed if I seal any of them," and the purpose is defeated, so, we have to do this non-lethally, Bakura muttered, pulling a card from a deck holster at his hips. Dia bound, he commanded to the fiend that appeared. Take us to safety. The fiend unfurled its leathery wings and grabbed both Hikari and Yami, preparing to fly through the walls. Gaara was about to speak when it passed through the walls, leaving not a mark behind. The door flew open to admit Naruto and Sasuke, both holding their deadliest jutsu at the ready to pummel the guy to within an inch of his life. "Where's the guy?" Naruto demanded. Gaara didn't answer, just staring at the blank wall through which they escaped. Target secured. Bakura spoke to the copycat he conjured the moment they got to one of many of Konoha's empty training fields. Within the spellcaster's mirror-like face was reflected the face of Yugi and Yami, both nodding. "Excellent work. Who saw you?" Yami asked. "The brat with hair like a duck's ass," Bakura replied. "And the vessel?" "No one else. But the piles of sand left behind is a pretty big clue." Yami frowned. "I see. Other than securing the relatively less secure Ichibi, which has been handled, I must research more on seals. Bakura, you and Ryu can wander around. See the sights, the smells, the local news, maybe even overhear some ninja gossip." "You're basically asking me to snoop, aren't you?" Bakura snapped. "Wall Shadow is doing that," Yami shrugged. "What I am asking is for local news, such as where the important scrolls are and how to get them." Bakura nodded, awestruck incomprehension. "Awesome," he grinned. "Let's start thieving." "Bakura," Ryu protested, "if you want to steal you don't say it out loud, and don't get caught." Bakura grinned at the petite light. "Why, Ryu," he purred, "since when have I gotten caught? Have you no faith in me?" he cried. Mockingly grinning. "Tell me, against all the deviousness of the Thief King and these shinobi and their paltry tricks, who do you think will succeed?" "I'm just saying that thieves don't usually announce what they're going to steal in broad daylight," Ryu protested. "What, no protest against stealing in general?" Bakura smirked. "Wow, I'm really rubbing off on you. Excellent. Soon I'll make you wear that leather." "Yami," Ryu growled. "In private," Bakura hurriedly amended. "Baby steps and all that." Yugi sighed. "Please tell me you two aren't playing the romantic couple in public." Bakura looked around. Aside from the chirps of cicadas in summer, there were hardly any other sounds, and not a single human being in sight. "Nope, we're not, by your definition of public," he replied. "Right," the former pharaoh didn't sound convinced at all. "So, you would please focus on stealing that stuff, while we see what we can find in this pile of books and scrolls, for lack of a better description for the state of this library. You get until tonight to rest." Pharaoh signing out. Thief King signing out, Bakura sighed, deactivating the copycat. The spellcaster soon dissolved back into a card which he snatched out of thin air. The Shadow Realm better get to inventing cell phones soon. "Now, Hikari," he growled in a completely different way to a rapidly more nervous Ryu, "let's get to that training." "We have gotten news from the hospital," Tsunade reported to the council elders upon the Anbu messenger's disappearance. "It seems like Bakura Ryu and Bakura Yami were side entering from Uchiha Sasuke's window. Uchiha, due to his injuries, was unable to realize their intentions until they had barricaded themselves into the Jinchuriki room with a strange sort of barrier. Uzumaki Naruto was reportedly in the room of Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji, and thus only Sabaku no Gaara was in the room. 2 hours later, the aforementioned Genin and one Chunin were able to break down the barrier, only to see a fully conscious if exhausted Gaara surrounded by piles of sand and no sign of the intruders. From Gaara's account, it seems like they have elaborated upon their intentions with the Ichibi, upon which, with his consent, they sealed the Ichibi into a card and left by summoning a demon. With the upper half of a man, the lower half being the upper body of a snake inclusive of a mouth, and bat-like wings to spirit them through the wall and escape. A stunned silence greeted her conclusion. "Furthermore, I have just received notice from the daimyo office of Ricefield Country." Tsunade shuffled a few papers about her place. "The formerly corrupt daimyo has been replaced after Inari Castle was pillaged and sacked, reportedly by 2 demons, and the palace completely leveled without a single trace, save for a field of completely blank wasteland where it once stood. The current daimyo is a former Konoha refugee, in gratitude of the shelter the village has provided him in hiding him from the former daimyo, has cut the funding of the hidden village of sound in half. And what do these two news have in common? Homura demanded. Although sketchy, we have here two artist sketches from the descriptions of the surrounding civilians. Tsunade handed them around. There was a round of gasps from shocked clan heads and elders alike. Also, consider that the Bakura twins and the Muto brothers entered from the Valley of the End, directly bordering Ricefield and Fire Country. Tsunade continued, her voice leveled despite the mounting trepidation in the room. It is reasonable to assume, from the similarity of description and ability, that at least two were responsible for the leveling of Inari Castle. How? A council member pointed out. The Anbu Tactical Room has pointed out how well protected Inari Castle is. How did they do it? We do not know. Kaharu shook her head. I now call a vote on the motion of if we should allow the Bakura twins and the Muto brothers to take back the Kyubi, which they insist is their property and should be returned to them. A round of conversation and protests went up at that. Several present had seen the Kyubi lay waste to the village 12 years previously, helpless to do anything but hope and pray. With the Kyubi sealed, there was a general sense of relief. The strongest of the demons chained and at their mercy in a boy they could mold into a weapon or do away with. To have people claim that demon as their property was unsettling, if not downright scary. Do we have proof of such an outrageous claim? Another member protested. Before the witness of Morino Ibiki, Hitaki Kakashi and the Hokage herself, Tsunade coldly stated, the Kyubi took on a spectral form of its own chakra and held a coherent conversation with one of the four, acknowledging his ownership and fear of them. The Ichibi also appeared and stated so. It could have been a hoax, one council member reasonably pointed out. Tsunade sighed. This was going to take a long while. Chapter 7 made a guy and his current only full-functioning student Tenten could do nothing but freeze at the power spread throughout the training grounds as they watched the two white-haired strangers fight. Grief tablet. The slightly more evil-looking one snarled, as a stone tablet appeared. Spell-shattering arrow. The other shouted as an arrow appeared out of thin air and aimed itself at the arrow before shooting itself, shattering the tablet. He looked to the side as the shards fell, where a lamp with a hand with a flame burning on its fingertips floated at the side, almost out of time. You think, Ryu? The first one snarled. Souls of the Forgotten? Swarm? Ryu seemed to panic as purple spirits arose around him, trapping him in. Shadow spell. The other yelled. Black chains leapt into being and flew straight for the purple spirits surrounding a strange, rainbow-colored reptile. The other white-haired one cursed. Clone dragon. Where the Ryu? For Ryu had just dashed out from the side, aiming a card at him. Spellbinding circle. A circle of light began to form around him. Trap jammer, damn it. The other swore. Another circle of light appeared around the first circle and broke both circles. Kunai with chain. A chain with a sharp piece appeared and encircled Ryu, preventing all forms of escape. Gotcha. Hey, Yami. Ryu protested. That, the other smirked as he yanked on the chain, was keeping with the rules. Fair's fair, now come here. It was amazing, Tenten reflected, how the pair could act the lovey-dovey couple right after leveling the training ground. Beside her, Guy had already fainted from the power of extreme youth, as he had declared right before fainting. Arg! Yami half yelled, throwing the scroll down on the table. Yami? Yugi questioned from his pile of scrolls. Any luck? No. Yami shook his head. From what I can tell, the seal is a prison, but specifics would be needed to reveal how to break it. Only from there then we can worry about how to subdue it. It is possible to subdue it without. Yugi played with his fingers nervously. I mean, it's important that the Biju are sealed, but the shinobi are not involved. You mean if we can do it without collateral damage? Yami nodded. With a wide enough area, yes. With enough action and speed, we would not even need such a wide area. But we would have to call upon a monster along the lines of Exodia or Zork. Well, if it's possible, Yugi bit his bottom lip, sighing. But, you'll be fine, right? As long as you live, Aibo, I will be fine, Yami assured, smiling. Neither of us can live if the other dies. That is the curse we now live. Really? Yugi's eyes widened. So being bound to each other is a curse? No, my Chibi-chan. Yami laughed, pulling Yugi closer. Unless our eyes wander elsewhere. And I don't intend to let my eyes wander away, so unless you intend to be unfaithful, MIW share. Yami. The guardians of the library tactfully ignored the pair. Team Kakashi, Tsunade began. I am assigning you a C rank mission, ranking slated to change on demand. The mission objective is to find out about our guests in the village while being their bodyguards. Shizune. The Hokage's assistant held up a discreet photograph of the group, taken from Konoha Customs. Nara Shikamaru has identified the shorter two as Muto Yugi and Bakura Ryu respectively, and the taller one with white hair as Bakura Yami. The taller twin of Muto Yugi is identified as Yu-Gi-Oh, although we suspect that is a pseudonym. They have come to Konoha, ostensibly to retrieve their property which they claim is the Biju within Naruto. Kyuubi acknowledges it, Naruto confirmed, although he's terrified, really. The group blinked. I see, Tsunade stated, masking her reaction. They have revealed an aptitude at summoning birds, warriors and golems. It is uncertain if they can summon more besides. Besides that, a high degree of knife-handling skill, killing intent to match the Kyuubi and a degree of protection against genjutsu. Nara has deduced that they are more or less civilians. Muto Yugi and Bakura Ryu he confirms as almost definitely civilian, and that Bakura Yami and Yu-Gi-Oh are the main dangers of the group. We have also received news which indicate that Bakura Yami and Yu-Gi-Oh are the probable parties behind the pillage, sacking and leveling of Inari Castle and the assassination of the daimyo of Ricefield Country 5 days ago. Kakashi's lone visible eye widened. Alone? On the surface, Tsunade nodded. Shikamaru notes that, although Yu-Gi-Oh and Bakura Yami are the main powers, they listen to the opinions of Muto Yugi and Bakura Ryu. Upon further observation during their travel back to the village via a giant green falcon, Naruto and a brave-faced Sasuke twitched involuntarily. He concluded that they are almost not a danger, save that they command absolute and unwavering loyalty in the other two. Focus around Muto Yugi and Bakura Ryu. Muto Yugi and Yu-Gi-Oh are in the Hokage Tower Library studying on seals. The Bakuri are at Training Ground 11, presumably training in their esoteric skills. The door flew open as the green beast of Konohagakure flew in with the dynamic entry. Hokage-sama. Bad news. Training Ground 11 has been flattened in a span of 10 minutes by two white-haired strangers. Those are our guests, Guy. Tsunade yelled, standing up as Tenten followed her sensei, depositing two white-haired young men on the floor. One turned doe-like eyes up to Tsunade while the other leveled a glare at the two shinobi. This is it. A near sibilant hiss escaped the other as he leveled his hands at them. Aibo, let's move, Yami exclaimed, standing up and stalking towards the entrance. Wah? Yugi could barely finish before he was dragged along. I forgot to tell Bakura not to seal anyone's soul, Yami explained as the pair moved towards the staircase in tandem. And I just felt the soul rip starting. Do you want to retrieve Shinobi from his cards? Crap. Yugi tried to run faster. The pair barely made it in time to intercept the ball of dark energy. Bakura was readying in his hand in midair and save some innocent shinobi from being sealed. Pharaoh. Bakura barked, annoyed. Do you want to explain what would have happened? Yami pointed out. There was a slight pause. No, precisely. Therefore, it is not in your best interest to send them anywhere, Yami reasonably persuaded. Tsunade coughed. My apologies for your mistreatment at the hands of my shinobi. But news of your arrival is not exactly circulated amongst shinobi. Thus, Guy did not know that you were guests and presumably believed you to be pranksters, I think. Continuing on, you will be assigned Team 7 for as long as you stay within the village confines. It is appreciated, Yami replied coolly, studying the three shinobi. Let us take the opportunity to continue negotiations away from my council. Tsunade motioned for Guy and Tenten to leave, the two shinobi closing the door as they did. Tsunade performed some hand seals to activate the silencing jutsu before she leaned forward over her desk. As you have stated before, you have come for the Biju. However, I can now inform you that the 9 demons have been sealed into shinobi as well. Each of the 5 great shinobi powers possesses at least one Jinchuriki, as these human containers are known. Naruto is one, as is Sabaku no Gara, from whom your friend extracted the Ichibi from today. Yami shot a look at the suddenly nervous white-haired pair, and, it was done with the permission of the shinobi in question, and the shinobi was not hurt, correct? Gaara is not Konoha's shinobi. Tsunade shook her head. He is the youngest son of the Kazekage, and the Ichibi he held, she corrected, was widely considered Suna property. Suna could accuse us of stealing from them should Gaara return without an adequate explanation. We will solve that in good time, Yami nodded. Do continue with your concerns. There has recently been formed an organization called Akatsuki, Tsunade began. Although they are a mercenary organization on the surface, in actual fact all their members are S-class Nuke Nin. Their aim has turned towards capturing and sealing all the Biju. Members have come for Naruto before. Her eyes turned towards the blonde ninja in question, who stood straight up, the playful kid replaced with the serious shinobi. If they capture him, they will take the Biju and kill him. I see. Yami smiled thinly. It seems that in this case our interests overlap. I propose an alliance between us for this. Tsunade inclined her head. We will give you the necessary information and quite possibly assistance, while you would provide the power. Thus, you would have us kill the Akatsuki in exchange for such information. Yami nodded slowly. Quite advantageous to your village, Hokage-sama. We would require time to discuss this. In a gesture of faith, I will warn you, Tsunade sighed, Elder. Shimura had a cadre of specially trained shinobi under his command called the Root Anbu. Although they are officially disbanded, knowing him, it is highly likely that they are hidden. He would most likely order your deaths to secure the balance of power between the shinobi countries. Thank you for the warning, Yami courteously replied as he turned to Bakura, the shadows cast over his face deepening. Bakura did. You hear that? If anyone attacks us, we have free rein. And if the light is attacked? Bakura replied, his own shadows darkening. Kakashi had the impression that these people didn't need bodyguards at all. Then, mercy is forgotten. The ease of long practice was obvious from the flat tone the words were spoken in. Yugi moved closer to his darkness as did Ryu to his, light touching the dark in a gesture of comfort. Tsunade saw red eyes once more as the shadows flickered away from the face of the ancient king. Do inform Elder Shimura on our behalf that we know where he sleeps, and the shadows are not on his side. Tsunade gulped internally, Kakashi's lone visible eye widened, and Sasuke's eyes narrowed as the four left. What did that mean? A clueless Naruto asked. It meant, Sasuke slowly stated, that if he tries anything, no matter how he hides, they will find him, and when he is vulnerable, they will kill him. You will join Team Kakashi in the guarding of these four, yes. While undercover, you will find out their abilities, their strengths, their weaknesses, and you will report it to me. Yes. You will be assigned a new name for this mission, yes. Very well, now go. Sigh. Yes. Chapter 8 time skip. It was in the Hokage library 3 weeks later that the bodyguards met up with their charges, a pale black-haired young shinobi tagging along behind Kakashi. The other two narrowed their eyes at the newcomer but otherwise said nothing. Sasuke surprising them all. With a heartfelt thanks towards Yami, who had the immediate but possibly accurate opinion that the Uchiha would never have done that, but so far, so good. And, Kakashi was late. Big surprise. Now that we're all here, we should begin a round of introductions. Ryu shyly spoke up as Bakura cackled happily at a recipe for explosive tags in a book. I'm Bakura Ryu. You can call me Ryu. I'm Bakura Yami. Bakura spoke up as Ryu elbowed him. Call me Bakura. Never address me as Yami. Only Ryu gets to do that to this Bakura-sama and get away with it. The air of malevolence only reinforced the less than sane impression the shinobi had of him. I'm Muto Yugi. Yugi introduced himself. Nice to meet you. Yami no Yugi. The other Yugi stated flatly amidst piles of tomes. Also addressed as Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Yami. Address me by any other title and I will do something. The look indicated that the something was bound to be scary. Hitaki Kakashi. The Junin followed the set protocol. Uchiha Sasuke. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm going to be Hokage. Naruto pumped high fist into the air as he introduced himself. Sigh, the newcomer introduced himself. If the rest found anything odd they didn't mention it. As the Hokage might have briefed you by now, we are intending to go after the Biju. Yami began. The Hokage has kindly allowed us the use of the archives and maps to plot out an expedition, where we will be using Konoha as a rest stop between destinations due to its central position. Our first stop is Taki no Kuni. Why not the larger countries, Yami-san? Sai sensibly pointed out. This would after all correct the imbalance of power. Konoha is still recovering from an invasion, I noticed. Yami pointed out. Therefore, our actions are now limited given that my Aibo is loath to drag an uninvolved country into a war because of our quest. Taki no Kuni is the only country that holds a Jinchuriki, does not have the resources to investigate too thoroughly, and who is under threat, since this Akatsuki organization would no doubt have picked up on this line of reasoning and are preparing to capture the Jinchuriki as we speak. That is only the first reason. The second is, Naruto prompted. By examining Konohagakure records of Akatsuki activity, their actions are centered around, here. Yami pointed the indicated spot on the map. Right beside Taki no Kuni. We leave for Taki in 3 days, Yami got up. Meanwhile, I will show you the possible threats faced during this expedition. I am quite sure that your Hokage has filled you in on the mission parameters, Yami began once they have reached the not leveled training ground assigned for such purposes. There remains the obvious problem of combat and capture. Capture is easy enough. With this, a card appeared in his hand. He showed them the card, showing a picture of the curse seal. I removed this from Uchiha Sasuke's neck. Sasuke blinked, fingers automatically moving to his neck. Sai's eyes widened as they flicked from the card to Sasuke and back to the card. Can this card seal anything? Kakashi inquired, already thinking of the application. Only one thing per card, but yes. However, only the 4 of us may use it. Yami pulled out another card, this one showing the Tanuki of Nightmares about to slash down. I extracted it from Gara-san. Meet the Ichibi no Shukaku. The shinobi swallowed and tried not to look obvious, shuffling away from the seemingly innocent card that, a week ago, had caused a diplomatic throwdown between Konoha and Suna, finally stopped by the combined efforts of the new Kazekage, Gara, the Hokage, and very persuasive arguments. Red. Threats? Kakashi lifted up his Hite-8 but could see nothing unusual about the cardboard. There's nothing, Ichibi no Shukaku, Yami declared. On the chakra plane, the card lit up like a miniature sun as Kakashi hurriedly pulled down his Hite-8 to save it from being blinded. The giant Tanuki towered above them, radiating chakra, killing intent, and Kakashi fervently wished he had time to rewrite his will as his students, including the poker-faced Sai, gasped around him, frozen by sheer killer intent. Naruto and Sasuke gulped as they came face to face with Shukaku for the second time, and it seemed that Shukaku had somehow become more malevolent, an air of utter bloodlust and killing intent hanging about it as winds blew and howled, as if the Shukaku Naruto once fought against with the help of the Toad Boss was a mere watered-down version of the Trey Demon of the Winds. Hey, I'm free. Only the 4 were more or less unaffected. Bakura was even bored. Down, Yami commanded. Grumbling, the Tanuki lowered its body to ground level without a temper tantrum. Thank you for your assistance with this practical demonstration. Have we interrupted anything? No, don't send me. Yami snapped his fingers, at which Shukaku vanished in a burst of purple mist. Anything trapped within this card is under our command, as you can tell. Yami continued, oblivious to the shinobi's panic. Within moments, Anbu officers and several Junin materialized, armed for bear, and some of them were still shaking. Yami face-palmed. I asked for a ground large enough so that this wouldn't happen. What was that chakra? Tsunade jumped onto the scene, hands fisted. Yami waved the card. Ichibi no Shukaku. The reason why I wanted an area further away, so that no one would sound the alert if we were to summon anything. A practical demonstration, then, Tsunade summarized. Do continue. His eyes narrowed. If you say so. Ichibi no, Yami, Yugi admonished, looking at the shaking shinobi. Perhaps a smaller scale summoning would be better. Yes, Aibo, if you say so, Yami agreed, pulling out another card. Come forth, Genju o Gazaru. A burst of light, a miniature sun on the chakra plane and the lion-like beast with a horn on its head materialized, crouching on all fours and growling, brown fur and black mane standing out intimidatingly. Several of the shinobi's weapons clinked, Gaizuru, Yami indicated. Incapacitate Kakashi. Said Junin moved quickly as the beast bounded in his direction, forming hand seals. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu. The beast merely increased its speed in a running jump, leaping clear over the fireball to land on Kakashi in a blur of black and brown. A few strategically placed claws and teeth on various sensitive and/or important areas, and the Junin could not move, even when he swiped a kunai over Geizuru's throat to see only a wisp of purple mist as the beast still stood unharmed. These beings are like the Biju. You cannot kill them by mortal means. Yami elaborated. Only a Hikari or Yami may decide their fate should they break the rules. Of course, there are other markers to potential people capable of summoning them, but we'll leave it there. The point is, if I ask them to kill you, they will do it and continue, and it will be extremely difficult for you to banish them until their job is done. Any other questions? Excellent. Gaizuru, you can let up now. It growled in assent, moving off the sweating Junin's body towards the two almost twins. Yugi patted its head, the beast growling and leaning into the touch. Thank you, Phantom Beast King, for your assistance rendered, Yami politely said. The shinobi required such demonstration for their own purposes. Gaizuru growled something to him, unintelligible to all but the four. Yami frowned. Are you sure? I thought that was merely the Kyuubi. Several shinobi tensed but were dissuaded by a shake of the Hokage's head. Gaizuru growled again. If you say so, then. I and Bakura will take this in hand. We cannot afford another Malik after all. Growl. True, the child does not have access to the shadows, yet. It is only a matter of when basic control descends. A softer growl this time, as the monster dissolved into purple mist. Yugi sighed, turning to the shinobi. Well, I guess it's time to educate our bodyguards on possible threats. Hokage-sama, will you and your men be staying? Perhaps some of my men could also participate. Tsunade requested as some Anbu began to beg off leave for their own missions. The Junin against some of your select summons should do. Troublesome, Sarutobi Asuma grumbled, pulling out his knives. If we must, Kurenai Yuhi took on a battle stance. I'd like to redeem myself. Kakashi pulled out a kunai and got into position. Looks fun, Mitarashi Anko grinned sadistically as she pulled out her own kunai. Ever since I saw these, I've been wanting to go up against them. Guy punched the air with his fist. Let's go. Combat is more of my and Bakura's area. Yami stood straighter, his eyes narrowing. Let us thus even the fight. Bakura, what do you say? Bakura drew a 5-card hand from his deck holster in reply, grinning madly. Headless Knight, white magical hat, ghost of nightmare. A headless suit of armor materialized and bowed down to Bakura. Nearby, a man dressed in a white cape and top hat nodded, while a skeleton surrounded by dark mists and armed with a purple sword and shield misted into existence and grinned in Naruto's direction. Said ninja had hidden behind a bemused Sasuke and Sai, who couldn't believe that the brash shinobi was scared of ghosts. Then again, they reflected at the sight. If we weren't shinobi, we'd have fled at the sight too. Asuma swallowed at the sight. Wow, that's some ugly summons. Terms are friendly combat only, Yami stated, giving Bakura a significant look. Since Bakura's monsters technically cannot die at all, it would mean that you cannot attack Yugi or Ryu, but Bakura and I are fair game. If you attack either of them, let us just say that you will not like the consequences. Feel free to inflict damage on the monsters. The aim is to render the other side unable to fight. Is that clear? Not going to simulate battle conditions? Kakashi asked. No shinobi is going to follow the rules of combat on the field, you know. Yami grinned. It was not in a nice way. You try it and find out. The Junin internally shivered under his cool facade. Candle of Fate. Ryu commanded, looking distinctly unhappy. A blue-colored hand with a flame burning from a candle held in its fingers on a lamp plate materialized. You have until the candle burns out. Don't worry, Aibo, Yami assured his worried partner. It's not like the field. No dark games. I don't like needless fighting, Yugi moaned. It's training, we'll be fine, Yami gently replied, hands straying to his holsters as he pulled out a card. Reaching into the card, he pulled out a long green staff with a knob on the end. Thank you, Major. Ready. Tsunade executed the sign. Begin. Both sides stood warily, cautious of the opposition's special abilities. Bakura, your observations? Yami sent through the mind link all. Hikari S and Yami S shared. Headless Knight against the one with 2 knives, Ghost against the lady in red. White Hat takes on the other lady. Bakura rattled off. I take on the one in green spandex, you take Kakashi. You're better at battle assessment than me, and I want to know what our supposed bodyguard is capable of. Curious, Yami pointed out mentally. Why do you have White Hat take on the other female Junin? Is it due to her stance? The snake style, yeah. Only White Hat can deal with that flexibility. I see. There was a pause as both Yami S felt an intruding presence. Someone tries to intrude in our minds. Trap them in the labyrinth walls, deal with them after this. And throw in wall shadow for good emphasis. Pharaoh, you are sadistic. I tend to pick up something after exposure to you. Monsters, your targets. Bakura bellowed once the foreign presence was safely stuck screaming in the midst of the magical labyrinth. Let's go. White Magical Hat's speed and flexibility, plus Thief's instinct, allowed it to evade the various snakes and sneak attacks from the equally flexible Junin. Headless Knight stood well against the chakra knives, given that it was essentially a haunted suit of armor. Ghost of Nightmare pretty much ignored any genjutsu cast on it, as nightmares were aplenty in the shadow realm for it to be a nerd, forcing Kurenai to move to hand-to-hand combat and ninjutsu. Yami winced as the green spandex ninja shattered the chain of the blast with chain. Ow, he stated in sympathy. Your opponent is me, Kakashi said as he threw the kunai. Yami barely dodged, lifting the staff to block the next attack. Quite fast, Yami replied as Kakashi jumped back. He aimed. Dark magic. Kakashi narrowly dodged the oncoming shadow ball before it IMACTED on him, forming hand seals as he dodged. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. The copy ninja had the feeling that something was very wrong as the barrage of fireballs flew towards Yami, and Yami just grinned. His dread increased as Yami pulled out a card. Holy Barrier. Mirror Force. The barrage impacted off an invisible barrier and headed back, straight for him. Kakashi ran fast, dodging all but the last few which singed his clothing, right in front of the staff's glowing knob. You concede? Yami tapped the staff in emphasis. Kakashi nodded, defeated. White Magical Hat and Anko essentially KO'd each other. Headless Knight was viciously disassembled by chakra knives after a long while, and Kurenai dispelled the ghost of nightmare, still shaking. The Junin now looked as their last remaining fighter faced off against Bakura, holding a deep purple sword. You fast little eat this. Bakura pulled out the dreaded playing card, Energy Drain. As Guy slowed down, Bakura could knock him out with the butt of the sword. Took you long enough, Yami remarked, just as the candle burned out. How was he? He'd make great shadow ream food, Bakura grumbled. Too damn energetic, raw damn it. Mine was holding back on me, Yami confessed. But if he had used a more direct form of attack, I would have had to resort to close combat instead of mirror force. Kakashi was stunned. How did you? You believe that I too was holding out on you, because I never summoned anything, Yami replied. Likewise, likely from previous data, you have likely formed the conclusion that our power lies mostly either in our cards or in our summons. I will now tell you something. Mere accumulation of observational data is not proof. Yami smirked. Oh, and those monsters you fought. They were some of the weakest. Asuma, Kurenai, and a conscious but immovable Anko gulped, as did Tsunade. Does any of the shinobi here know how to read minds? Yami asked the Hokage. Although I know that the shinobi believe in sneak attacks, I react very horribly to that. Shikaku, Tsunade turned to the Junin commander. Hokage-sama, Inoichi fell unconscious after trying to read their minds, Shikaku reported, indicating the passed-out ninja laid on the ground. Visibly annoyed, Yami pulled out another card, aimed it at the body, and blew. Yamanaka Inoichi immediately snapped into consciousness, eyes wide. Try it again, Yami warned, and you will be very sorry, Inoichi mutely nodded. Assessment. Tsunade started once the Junin were assembled. Yu-Gi-Oh's real alias is Yami no Yugi, Kakashi reported. He is skilled with the staff, as I can tell with his handling today, but to what extent I cannot answer. Bakura Yami is highly skilled with knives, Guy volunteered, indicating several strategically placed cuts on his person, and whatever he did to me, I never want to meet it outside of the training ground. It completely drained me. I felt most unyouthful and lacking in energy. Shock reverberated around the room at that. I noticed that Bakura Yami and Yami no Yugi seemed to be able to communicate by some unforeseen method. Nara Shikaku slowly stated. I immediately asked Inoichi to investigate through the Yamanaka family jutsu. However, Inoichi was rendered unconscious and unable to return to his body throughout the whole fight. They seemed to be able to communicate mentally, nevertheless, and from how the fight turned out, both have a solid grasp of tactics and planning that may be comparable to my own. I did not reach their minds before I was pulled into a labyrinth, Inoichi relayed. I could not walk on the walls or reach the ceiling. Nor could I jump over the labyrinth walls. Shadows lashed out from the walls at me, and I was stuck running through that place until I was set free. It is too risky to read their minds, Hokage-sama. The shadows Yami no Yugi called before my son is nothing like the Nara family's techniques, Shikaku gravely relayed, our shadow jutsu or just that. Shadows and only our own at that. Yami no Yugi seemed to command all shadows. I do not know the extent of his reach, or his power. Tsunade laced her fingers together, deep in thought. Did anyone find out what happens when one attacks Muto Yugi and Bakura Ryu? She asked. One Junin Shiranui Genma nodded. Hi. Under the guise of an accident, I threw a senbon in their direction. And? Tsunade prompted. Genma lifted his left hand and took the glove off. The skin under was bruised and blackened, as if crushed from all around. My bones weren't broken, he assured the Hokage. When did that? Several Junin were shocked. My shadow creeped up and did this to me. After deflecting the senbon, Genma answered, donning the glove. Get medical assistance after this, Tsunade ordered. Although really, a senbon at innocent bystanders, Genma? My apologies, Hokage-sama, Genma answered. But anything bigger and it would have been an act of war. A senbon is relatively harmless, and could be counted as an accident. Moreover, it was a highly effective threat assessment. Tsunade sighed. I'll let you off for once, since you're right. Very well then, tomorrow I want Inuzuka Sume and Aburame Shibi to see if ninja animals are affected. Kakashi raised a hand. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, but if Junin were to become involved in this, Yami no Yugi and Bakura Yami might suspect something. I have never known Inoichi to lack descriptions of a mind, and the absence of such would indicate that whatever he saw was indeed fearsome. If they could do this to someone under Ibiki. Fair point, Kurenai nodded, but if Genin were to coincidentally pass by, Tsunade hmphed, fair point. How are Kiba and Shino? They have been released from the hospital and have just begun to get back to a normal training schedule, Kurenai reported. Tsunade nodded. I see. Kakashi, would it be possible to arrange a coincidence? With those two? Probably, Kakashi admitted. Whether they would be believed is another story, though. The four are with my students now, probably at Ichiraku. Very well. Tomorrow Kiba and Shino will reconnaissance and find out. Tsunade ordered. What time are you meeting them tomorrow, Kakashi? Oh, and, Kakashi, I want you to give a good impression. If you are more than 5 minutes late, I will hit you through a brick wall. 10:45, and yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi saluted. Dismissed. The ninja immediately disappeared. Did you hear that? Tsunade spoke aloud to the empty office. Yes, Jiraiya of the Sannin materialized before the desk, sighing heavily. I've never seen Gamabunta that pale before. Mount Myoboku is in a state of high alert until they leave. What did the sage toad say? Tsunade asked. He would much like to meet the two beings who predate him. No idea who he's talking about, Jiraiya answered. The two great sage toads are bickering. They think he's senile. They believe that they are responsible for the fate of Grandmaster Sasuke of long ago and are wary. That was a legend, right? Tsunade frowned, wrinkles marring her beautiful face. Nobody knows what happened to the legendary master. They say that he himself became shadow, became one with the darkness, and never left, Jiraiya answered. I will see them for myself and judge it. So, from the Junin, how dangerous are they? They commanded the Ichibi no Shukaku today, Tsunade answered, a note of fear barely heard. Jiraiya, whatever happens, we must get them on our side. I know, the Toad Sage answered. Ojiji-sama told me as well. The 1,000-year-old toad is correct. Tsunade pulled out another hidden bottle of sake and a Sakazuki cup. They don't feel human at all. Muto Yugi and Bakura Ryu, their eyes are so innocent, and the other two, so old. Like they've seen millennia and nothing could faze them. And when they look at their twins, it's like their whole world is in that one person, and anyone who hurts them had better pray to die. Tsunade shuddered. It's terrifying, Jiraiya. If they go to the other side. They won't, Jiraiya reassured his Hokage. Naruto is the type of person to attract friends. Muto Yugi and Bakura Ryu look like the type to make friends and are absolutely loyal to their comrades. And the other two would most likely follow them to the end. Have faith in Naruto, Tsunade. You can safely bet by it. Chapter 9. Yami and Bakura looked at Sai, then at each other, and then at the bickering other two bodyguards, then at their partners, and then at Sai again. Is there anything I can help you with? Sai politely asked. You can start by telling us who sent you to us, Bakura growled. Why, the Hokage's office did, Sai smiled in reply. Bakura's eyes narrowed. Black chains leapt out of thin air and bound Sai just as Yugi and Ryu went to break up the fight Sasuke and Naruto were starting on again. I don't believe you, the Thief King replied. Sai shrugged. A difficult feat considering the chains. Suit yourself. The Pharaoh and the Thief King shared a look. Open your mouth, Yami suddenly said, kneeling. The shinobi suddenly turned nervous. Why? If you cannot talk, then it makes sense to pursue other avenues, Yami cryptically replied, pulling out another card. Now open it. His expression conveyed that it would be in Sai's best interests to do so. Contrary to popular opinion, even shinobi had a sense of self-preservation. Interesting, Yami remarked at seeing the mark on the tongue. Likely a seal to stop you from saying anything in the event of torture. No wonder, you literally cannot talk. Since I doubt the Hokage would place such a thing on a 12-year-old, from this we can draw a few conclusions, and none of them are pretty. Courses of action? Bakura remarked as he watched the fight Yugi and Ryu had ended up refereeing. We approach it another way, Yami shrugged. Kakashi, he stated as the Junin appeared beside him. When did Danzo turn his hand to children? Kakashi said, eye on the mark on Sai's tongue. He was leaking killing intent, a fact which did not go missed by the two Yamis. He does nothing anyway. The agent is rarely ever the one to blame. Yami remarked, standing up. The Hokage would hardly allow a rogue on this if he was untrustworthy. Bakura, you can withdraw the chains. Bakura growled as the chains disappeared. Sai stood up, rubbing his arms where the chains had chafed at skin. Why would you trust me? Sai asked as the two walked to their lights. Yami raised an eyebrow. You are bound by circumstances you can hardly control. Why would we not? It is not your fault, after all. Such nonchalance would get you killed, Kakashi told them as they walked out of earshot. We intend to inform the Hokage soon, Yami shrugged. There is hardly anything else to be done. Kakashi gave no reply. Yes, there is a way to increase your speed, Yami answered a random question thrown by Naruto. A purple portal of swirling shadows appeared, tall as a man and circular, foreboding and terrifying even in the late afternoon. A breakneck run through the shadow realm. The two Yamis looked too pleased for anyone's health. For the first in a long, long time, Sasuke and Sai were united in a common cause and pigs explored their new aviation abilities across Konoha that day. Never, Sasuke threw a punch which sent their teammate flying through the air, again. Agreed. Sai executed a perfect knee kick in midair which sent said Jinchuriki flying towards the ground. Hey, you'd be pissed too if your teammate got you running at breakneck speed through a realm of monsters. 4 kilometers in 3 minutes? Yami raised a stopwatch. Incredible timing. You'd be moving at superhuman speed there too, Sasuke pointed out. Have you ever tried fighting them? Yami asked curiously. The 3 genin, even the battered Jinchuriki, shuddered in unison. After Kakashi-sensei? There are lower-level monsters, Bakura dryly replied, sitting on a tree branch not far off, and it's not like we sent any heavy hitters into battle with the Junin. Anyway, I think I know the perfect bonding activity. The three shinobi shared feelings of foreboding as the portal which would come to haunt their training nightmares appeared again. Shit. Inuzuka Kiba swore as Akamaru shivered, both hidden in the surrounding underbush to spy on the 8 people. Oi, Shino, how are your bugs? My Kikai refuses to approach Yami no Yugi and Bakura Yami. Aburame Shino reported, however, they seem perfectly adequate. With staying with Muto Yugi and Bakura Ryu, they are agitated by the chakra output of the 4, but otherwise unharmed. Better than my end. Akamaru's terrified. Kiba pointed to his Ninken. Now all we need to do is to run a Dujutsu test. Too bad. Hinata's not here. No need. A quiet voice sounded behind them. The 2 spooked genin turned to see Kakashi with the Hite aid up to reveal the 3 swirling tomo of the signature Sharingan left eye. Aren't you? Kiba exclaimed. Genjutsu plus Kage Bunshin. Kakashi shortly explained. I can see nothing. In Yugi and Ryu, the chakra flow is so bright I was almost blinded, and in Yami and Bakura, so dark that they might as well be dead. How odd, Shino remarked, turning back to the 7 not counting the clone people at the training ground. Even the Biju have never achieved such a feat before. Oh. The 2 other shinobi's eyes widened as Kakashi covered his left eye with his Hite aid and Kiba swore. What is that? It seems like we have 4 visitors. They heard Yami's baritone remark almost casually. You 3, swift black ninja. Apprehend and capture. The 3 genin blinked. Where? There are 3 over there. Yami pointed to the bushes surrounding the hidden shinobi. Kiba and Shino quickly scarpered as Kakashi threw down a smoke bomb and switched places with his clone. Dismissing it with a single seal, he almost sighed in relief were it not. Unbecoming of an Anbu member to do so and be. Yami and Bakura were giving him odd looks. Bakura's almost a glare. The 2 slowly blinked before turning to the south, where a ninja dressed completely in Special Forces black with matching red scarf and black half-face mask was dragging a khaki-dressed ninja over. Throwing the khaki ninja foaming at the mouth at Yami and Bakura's feet, the ninja with no Hite aid in sight bowed and vanished into black smoke. He never hangs around to chat. Yami shook his head before looking at the shinobi. Well, it looks like the other hidden village has agents here as well, Bakura. Bakura smirked in a way that would have been classed as highly dangerous as he bent down to look in the enemy agent's eyes. Hi, he growled to a rapidly awakening ninja. Black chains leapt out of nowhere and bound the shinobi tighter than a mummy. Who sent you? Yami growled, eyes a brilliant crimson in their rage. The enemy ninja's eyes widened as choking sounds sounded from under before the eyes went dull. Poison tooth. No chance. Bakura snorted, kneeling down and fiddling with a card. Poison of the old man. A vial appeared in his hand, the contents of which he appended into the shinobi's mouth. The shinobi sputtered in shock as he came back to the human world, before Bakura had him on a firm grip to the throat. Right, start talking. Bakura snarled. No, before you try that again, you've used your poison tooth already, and even death itself will not save you from me if you try to run. So talk, and I might just make your death painless. For Orochimaru-sama, I will. Bakura's grip tightened audibly. The shinobi choked on his next words. Trespassers will be killed and eaten. Bakura glared at a rapidly paling shinobi. Whatever these shinobi put you through, they're going to be tamer than what I will subject you to. So talk, or torture. You can't? Shadow Realm. 3-minute tour. Shadows swirled around Bakura and the enemy shinobi before the 2 vanished. Yami and Yugi looked unperturbed. Team Kakashi less so. Where did they? Kakashi voiced out. Your students know, Yami replied, yawning lightly into his hand. Let us go to the Hokage Tower. Bakura is sure to be there when he finishes the tour. Ho is the Shadow Realm? Kakashi asked the 3 of them. He knew that wherever this place was, it was damn scary to be able to scare even Sasuke and sighed to show shivers. True to his word, Bakura lugged an incoherent shinobi babbling about Orochimaru's secret plans to the best of his knowledge, starting with how a team of shinobi was sent into Fire Country to search for the ones who leveled Inari Castle and exact the revenge of the hidden village of Sound, as well as kidnap the last Uchiha. Tsunade would have been impressed with such efficiency if it weren't for the fact that it was now confirmed that at least 2 of the 4 were responsible for the destruction of what was said to have been the strongest citadel built by Orochimaru, on top of other matters. The Konoha Council has raised some questions regarding why a supposed defector is starting on a mission out of the village. Tsunade started once the enemy shinobi had finished babbling to Bakura's content and allowed himself to be taken into Anbu custody, with the condition to be far, far away from Bakura. I have diverted their questions with an excuse about an unauthorized mission to spy on Orochimaru for now, but it will not stand up to close scrutiny. In this mission, Sasuke, you'll have to perform extremely well and don't slip up. I want your pretty neck intact long enough to produce a promising Chunin at minimum. Sasuke nodded, deciding not to answer in any way. Sai, the Lady Hokage started. I know of your origins, and frankly, I don't trust you, but Danzo gave me no choice. Therefore, if you try anything on this mission, I will come down on you hard. Very well, Hokage-sama, Sai replied. I do not believe that he will betray us, Yami murmured, holding Yugi close. After all, we hold something that he truly wishes for. You set out tomorrow. Tsunade terminated the conversation, not caring to play riddle games. Civilian speeds suck, Naruto plainly complained as the team set out. Why? Kakashi just kept a cool mask on. We have 4 civilians on this trip, Naruto. I know, but I can't imagine. Why? Naruto continued until the combined glares of the 2 Yamis silenced him. It was the particular glare that read, I am this close to sending you to the Shadow Realm, which Sasuke was secretly hoping to emulate. Sasuke rubbed his head at a patch where Bakura had flicked an enhanced finger flick that sent him flying across the training ground the last night before their journey. It hurt, but the pain was much unlike the curse seal. This one could be dulled if he just denied it. So far, none of the shinobi had fought Yugi or Ryu yet, mostly because they had learnt that Yugi and Ryu's skills lay mostly in defense and healing, not offense. This had meant that they were effectively teaming up against the other 2, who were more than a handful with a near-inexhaustible supply of monsters at their beck and call. This was also because any challenge to Yugi and Ryu was just asking for Yami and Bakura to pull something nasty out of their pockets. The last time the only brave soul, Kakashi, had tried it, the 3 genin had almost enjoyed seeing Kakashi running for his life in the Dragon Canyon, as Yami described it, from huge dragons like the reptiles of legend that breathed fire. The 2 genin had spotted Sai scribbling frantically to jot down the dragon's looks. Presumably for his art ninjutsu, before the dragons tried to incinerate them. Good times. But the headache was still a killer. Bakura smirked, and for once Sasuke thought that the white-haired one was actually smiling in his direction. For some reason, his skin crawled and tried to hide. Chapter 10. It took them 3 days to reach the Hitaki border and cross the border. Kakashi led them through more forest and valleys approaching mountainous areas, patiently searching for the hidden village. If any waterfall shinobi appear, we run, Kakashi ordered. If we must, Yami replied, eyes narrowing to the left. Suddenly, Sai threw a kunai to his right, where 2 shadowy figures narrowly dodged by jumping up onto a tree branch, revealing themselves to the Konoha shinobi. One was a black-haired male, eyes with a black pinwheel swirling in each red pupil. The other was tall, blue-skinned with spiky blue hair, grinning to reveal a full set of shark's teeth and hefting a huge sword covered in bandages. Both wore robes with a red cloud pattern against a black background, and their Hite-8 had a deep horizontal scratch across the center. Almost on instinct, Sasuke's hand flew to his own new Hite-8, the one he had scratched at the Valley of the End consigned to a Chidori company, Yami stated, just as another pair made themselves known, this time one with a mask and demonic green eyes, and another with gray hair and a manic grin. The zombie combo, huh? The blue man laughed. Hoshigaki Kisame, Hidan, Kakazu, Bakura counted, and Uchiha Itachi. Said brunette looked down at the battle-ready shinobi, eyes narrowing, foolish Oto-Uto. You, Sasuke flatly replied. How opportunistic, the one addressed as Kakazu barked in laughter. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki, with the copy ninja and the other Uchiha. A pretty bounty here. What are we, chopped liver? Bakura snarled, pulling out another sharpened kunai. Civilians, Hidan spat. Not worth our time. We should just kill them now. Kisame was looking at his sword, hardly saying a word. Under the bandages around the weapon, something shivered, as if in fear. I presume that these are the Akatsuki the Hokage was talking about, Yami stated matter of fact. Very well, then. Bakura, you choose. The one with gray hair, Bakura leered. You protect our lights. Suit yourself, Yami shrugged, pulling out a 5-card hand from the deck holster. Go. Kakazu leered at Yami as Kakashi and the 3 genin fought Itachi and Kisame some distance away. Yugi and Ryu had left to provide support to the shinobi team against Yami's better judgment, while Bakura had kicked Hidan some distance off. Well, it's time to kill you, Kakazu sneered as he pulled out a kunai. I won't even have to use any elemental jutsu for this, so you'll have a relatively boring death. The black magician's green staff materialized within Yami's hand, which he snatched out in midair. Dark magic. Kakazu swore as the staff spat out black spheres of energy that he was hard-pressed to keep dodging, even on familiar territory. Black threads began to form from his body as he threw off his Akatsuki cloak. Well, it looks like you've merited yourself a show. I'm flattered, Yami coldly replied, lining up his next shot. Dark magic attack. The sphere impacted onto the Nuke Nin's arm and Kakazu swore as said appendage hung only by a single black thread. What the hell did you do to my kinjutsu, you bastard? Kakazu swore as black threads ineffectually tried to sew it back, but to no effect. Curious, Yami cocked his head. It seems like your technique is similar to an equip spell card. No matter. Dark magic. You lightning mask. Kakazu was barely able to blast the speeding black sphere with lightning chakra. Charmers, come forth. Yami ordered, as 5 beings sprang into existence in a puff of shadow. The spellcasters were childlike, each holding onto staffs as long as their height, and each with a familiar monster hanging about them. All 10 faces 11 including the Yami's set in determination against the Nuke Nin. Flip. Wah. Kakazu's elemental masks, each containing a heart of a different elemental affinity, began to separate unwillingly from his body, tearing his back muscles slowly and painfully in the process as the Nuke Nin screamed in pain. What is this? What jutsu is this? You, meet my friends, the Charmers, Yami began, smirking nastily. Here is Hida, the fire charmer. The girl dressed in red robes grinned as Kakazu had his red mask ripped out from his back. Hida can control 1 fire monster as long as she stays, Yami continued, ignoring the ripping sounds which oddly sounded like splintering threads. Now, Lina here can do the same thing, except with light monsters, but I think lightning counts as well, right? A girl in yellow robes gave a thumbs up as a mask with lightning crackling was ripped out. Asa, a bespectacled boy in brown robes grinned as said mask tore itself out, focuses on Earth, and Win. A girl in green robes gave a shy smile, controls wind monsters. In short, all your other hearts are now under my control, Kakazu of the elements. You? Kakazu tried to stand from where he had collapsed on the ground. Bastard, what did you do? Behind the Akatsuki member appeared another boy, dressed in dark brown-black robes and holding another staff. Unlike the rest of the short mages, this one was barely smiling, his face a mask of boredom. The disadvantage of being a deserter, Yami coolly interrupted, is that all your skills and crimes are placed in the bingo book. You have torn out the hearts of your village's elders and used them for your own deeds to hunt other bounties for your own gain. There is absolutely no doubt in your case. For such a dark heart as yours. Dark the Dark Charmer can easily take control of it. And, for threatening mine, Yami continued as an eye began to glow on his forehead, you will pay. He raised a finger, and pointed it in judgment at the weakened shinobi. Penalty game. The scream of the Nuke Nin was an unholy thing to hear as it echoed his pain throughout. Hidan laughed as the white-haired one slumped forward, stabbed through the sternum by Hidan's scythe. You're a joke, weak. Bakura finally looked into his face, effectively killing Hidan's next words as he looked into a face that was peppered with the promise of death with all the human seasonings of hate and vengeance, and the Nuke Nin somehow got the premonition that his death was imminent as his confidence suddenly died as purple mist began to swirl around them. Bakura's eyes were wide and manic as he pulled out his longest knife. Welcome to my domain. Let's play a game, the Thief King, Stealer of Souls drawled. If you win this game, I'll let you kill me and leave this realm. If not, I'll place a penalty game on you. Do you accept? What game? Hidan muttered, now wary of the purple mist that hung ominously about. Something told him that this was no poison, but something far, far worse. It's called Mimic. Here Bakura's smile widened. The rules are this. We take a knife, and we take turns to stab a part of ourselves. The opponent must copy where the player stabs exactly. The loser is the one who cannot copy exactly where the other stabs. The winner is the one who can unflinchingly stab anywhere on their body where the loser cannot follow up. Do you? Ha! Hidan shouted, pulling out a long kunai from his sleeve. I accept, I'll win for sure. I choose the sternum. So saying, the nuke nin sunk the long blade into his heart. Bakura copied exactly, his face never changing from his manic expression as both pulled out their knives from their arms. It was only a while later that Hidan's own manic smile fell to be replaced with panic. Oh, yes. Bakura whispered just as Hidan caught on to the object of Bakura's attention. His own heart was rapidly beating, pumping his blood out of his body, which was not healing as it should. In my realm, your so-called immortality is revoked. Furthermore, anyone who dies here is immediately consigned to eternity with the monsters in the darkness. My servants, look at our new toy. From the purple mists erupted the fiends and zombies and the beings under the command of the Thief King. Hidan's screams echoing as the monsters of the shadows dragged their newest prisoner into the shadows in which they dwelt, where an eternity of pain awaited the defeated nuke nin. Bakura sighed as his wound closed, leaving slightly tanned skin surrounded by blood-stained cloth. Damn, and I liked this one too. He then looked at the soulless body of Hidan slumped on the ground, whose face was contorted in an expression of utter agony, before grinning sadistically. Ah, well. Samahada doesn't slice, it shaves, Kisame declared as he swung the huge sword composed mostly of teeth at Kakashi. Doden. Doryuheki, the mud wall barely saved his life as he jumped back just when Samahada hit the spot where he was 2 seconds before. Nearby, Ryu was patching up an exhausted Sai while Sasuke and Naruto teamed up against Itachi. Now, copy Ninja Kakashi, if you don't mind, we should part ways here, Kisame started. We're rushing for time, after all. A sigil-laced circle of light surrounded Kisame at the waist and effectively trapped him there. What the? Spellbinding circle. Yugi held up said card, standing just a few feet away from him. You really shouldn't stand still in a battle. Ryu, how is he? Fine, Sai replied before the white-haired Hikari kid, standing up. Now, I have to assist my teammates. You bastard. What the hell is this? Kisame was speechless as Yugi turned to him. It is a prison, Yugi replied. I can sense you trying to escape, focusing whatever power you have to break it. Your efforts are apparent from the muscle strain, the grip on your sword, and your sweat. At this stage, one could safely slit your throat and you would not be able to retaliate. Please relax. You are incapacitated, but it would be a stain on our honor to do anything to you. The weak are meat, the strong eat. I don't want to be eaten. Kisame shot back. Move off, squirt. I'm in my 20s, Yugi confessed, a feat that stopped even the Kiri nuke nin temporarily. Seriously? All but an unsurprised Ryu yelled. You don't look it, Kisame concluded after scrutinizing him. You look like a kid. The price of looking like a walking advertisement for clean living, Yugi sighed. Besides, I don't like shark fin. So how are we supposed to eat you? Kakashi had already left, confident that Yugi could hold Kisame there and Sai was a sufficient guard. It also helped that in the distance, Yami and Bakura were dragging unconscious Shinobi over. Whatever. I cannot be defeated, and I'd rather die than tell you more, so leave. Kisame lamely changed his word choice at the last minute. This author believes that somewhere deep down inside, Hoshigaki Kisame was reluctant to pollute what he still believes is a child's mind with swear words. I know, Yugi's reply caused the Kiri nuke nin to double-take. I have already seen what makes you what you are, Hoshigaki Kisame-san. You walk your own path, but you follow a certain person. Someone with eyes the color of blood. By following his descendant, you hope to be able to experience the new world this man would create. Kisame blinked. I'm not going to ask how did you know that, but you better shut up now. A shark has no patience, you know. Actually, sharks have to constantly swim in order to gain water to pass through their gills in order to breathe, Sai pointed out. It's not really a matter of patience than one of survival. So, if I can't break this seal by physical force, then I'll just break it by chakra. Kisame gritted sharp mostly canine teeth as waves of blue chakra poured off him and cracks being appearing in the circle. Oh. Yugi sounded mostly curious than panicking. I wonder. A force like 100 anvils descended on the Kiri-nuke Nin, who choked at the sheer force then seemed to suffocate his lungs and send his nerves into overdrive and scream danger, danger. Before him, he could see Sai double over slightly, as if suffering from some spillover. Oops, looks like I overdid it, Yugi sheepishly told the Konoha genin. But at least he's not struggling now. Kisame had frozen all over, like prey knowing that they had been spotted by predator and freezing in the hopes to escape the predator. In his hand, Samahata had begun whistling like a kettle on the boil, much to Yugi's amusement. Interesting, it's not every day you see that. Aibo, I'm done here. Yami had appeared, dragging Kakazu's body behind him. Sai choked. Whether the nuke Nin was unconscious or dead, Kisame couldn't tell, but was impressed nevertheless. What did you do to him? Yami turned towards him, and Kisame was forcefully reminded of red eyes capable of controlling the demons as he peered into crimson depths. Think about it. Do you really want to know? Self-preservation reared its head and held his tongue. He shook his head. Excellent. Bakura. What took you? The other white-haired had dragged an unconscious Hidan over, dumping the shinobi at his feet. We played a game. Do I want to know why there's so much blood? Yami sounded halfway between amused and disgusted. Yugi gagged. He'll live. Bakura dismissively replied. He says he's immortal. Do you know that his partner is supposed to be immortal as well? Looking at Hidan, Kisame could only be impressed. Not only had Bakura chopped off his appendages, but he could also see the remaining marks of a disembowelment and evisceration. The most impressive thing was the Hidan's body was still breathing, from what he could see of the lung movement from his vantage point, and that the body was still healing. You two are scary, he confessed. If you cannot hurt them physically, it makes sense to turn to other avenues, Yami replied archly. This one should be babbling as we speak. He motioned to Kakazu. Kisame peered at the unconscious, dead nuke Nin. He's not reacting. Certainly not here, Yami replied. Since your organization is looking for the Biju, I left him with one. He should enjoy the experience. Yugi stared at his partner. Are you sure that those tendencies aren't acting up? Yami reached for his partner's shoulder. Positive. I considered throwing him in the abyss, but I refrained. It's not like he didn't deserve it. Yugi sighed in exasperation, the two of them ignoring Kisame, who was trying to break out of the circle again, this time in a bid to run from a positively evil-looking Bakura from which he could feel malicious intent rolling off from. The two Hikari-Yami pairs were distracted when Kakashi flew across to impact on the ground before them. Sensei. Sai rushed to help the Junin up. Oh, Yami stated with some interest as a wave of chakra and killer intent swept across the forest. It should be time now. Chapter 11. Naruto. Damn it. Sasuke pulled the blonde Jinchuriki out of the flame's way, never recoiling as the red chakra burnt his skin. Damn it. Wake up. Naruto. Shove off, Sasuke Teme. This Naruto was feral, dangerous and borderline insane. Hate, rip, tear, kill. Wake up. Sasuke punched his friend in the face. The Naruto I know doesn't hate like that. Stop putting on the hatred act. Wake up. Sasuke, piss off, Naruto growled, batting the raven-haired shinobi off, sending his flying towards Itachi. The older Uchiha grabbed him by the shoulders only to drop Sasuke like a rag doll after dislocating both arms. Foolish Oto, don't get in the way of adults, Itachi monotonously chided as he walked towards a ferociously growling Naruto pouring red chakra out from all over his body. Naruto, wake up! You can't fight like this. You can't fight? Like you're full of hatred. Sasuke wanted to finish, but found it highly hypocritical. Our situations have reversed. Sasuke realized, not missing the irony. I'm the one persuading him now. Come to think of it, it feels all wrong. You cannot fight me effectively like this, much less hope to defeat me. Itachi stated matter of fact as he performed a series of kata that sent the berserker Naruto flying straight into a Sasuke who had completely neglected to move at all. As Naruto plowed straight into the prone raven-haired shinobi, Sasuke wished, "Please, wake up." "If you say so, Omid," a voice laughed. "I need to confront Itachi ni about something now. Sleep. Die now, die, die. Do you really want him to die?" A quiet voice echoed beside Naruto's ear. The blonde shinobi's eyes snapped wide open and he sat up quickly. Chakra was still pouring off him, he noticed, and it was burning into his friend's skin. "I'll be fine," Sasuke stated as Naruto, complete with elongated nails and claws, jumped up and was about to start raining down the questions. "But I must ask you again. Is that the real you who wishes for Itachi ni to die, or your hatred?" Naruto found himself unable to answer as he slowly comprehended. "I don't know, really," he confessed. "You have helped me to shoulder my hatred once." The raven-haired shinobi stood up, and for the first time, Naruto looked into red eyes that were oddly wide and without Sharingan, his own blue-red eyes widening in shock. "It is my turn to return the favor, Uzumaki-san." "Where's Sasuke?" the maddened Naruto demanded. Why is there a stranger looking out of his eyes?" The not Sasuke sounded almost amused, turning blank red eyes onto him. "Sasuke is asleep for now within his mind. I am the shadow of his mind. You can also call me." A blur of motion, and the not Sasuke had shoved Naruto to the side, blocking Itachi from Naruto's unprotected back. The other Sasuke. 10 seconds, and already Naruto decided that he hated this part of Sasuke on general principle. Given how the other Sasuke had only been civil in conversation to him, this is very odd. "Good day, Itachi ni." The other Sasuke greeted the Nuke Nin as their kunais clashed again. "It is nice weather, isn't it?" To his credit, Itachi took only a moment to answer. "Who are you?" "I am Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi ni," the other Sasuke replied, moving to take advantage of an opening. Itachi jumped back. "Didn't you just call me your foolish brother just now?" "You are not Sasuke," Itachi growled. "Your eyes are not Sasuke's eyes. Where is my brother?" "Ooh, credit to you." The other Sasuke almost sang out as he dodged a particularly vicious kick, jumping back. "I suppose it's just courteous to answer. I am another part of Uchiha Sasuke, created on a beautiful moonlit night almost 5 years ago. Or was it 6? The passage of time can never be determined well in a mind. 5 years ago, the massacre?" Itachi asked. "When Omid activated his Sharingan for the first time, and you shattered his mind, I was created," the other Sasuke replied contemplatively, running his left hand over his right hand holding a kunai in a manner that made Naruto recall Orochimaru and shudder. "I suppose I should thank you for creating me, and supplying me with a fresh supply of hatred such that I can gain strength. For almost 5 years, your actions have allowed me to gain almost enough power to influence Omid's conscious actions and perceive his subconscious." "You are his hatred," Itachi realized. "So nice of you to point that out," the other Sasuke replied sarcastically. "For 5 years already I have gained strength. Of course, the Sharingan is beyond my will to activate, but no matter." He began playing with the kunai. "You know, during those 5 years in the subconscious, this me has been wondering about the truth behind the massacre." Itachi had stiffened abruptly, as had Naruto in surprise. Nearby, the shinobi and the 4 blinked. Point 1. If you were truly mad, why are we still alive? The other Sasuke lifted one finger. Our very existence debunks that hypothesis. Even if we were truly unworthy of being killed, there are mountains around Konoha. You could have, say dropped us off a cliff, and it is unlikely a 7-year-old would have survived. An exemplary shinobi like you would have known to kill any and all members of the family to save yourself the future trouble. That would mean that somehow, we was to remain alive. Even if you did stay your hand the first time, any good shinobi would have killed us the second time we met to save yourself future trouble. So, unless you have degenerated as a shinobi entirely in 5 years, you have deliberately been keeping us alive. Point 2. Up went another finger. We must trace this to Fugaku Chichi and his sudden interest in us. He has always favored you. That he now turned to us is either due to empty nest syndrome or that we have replaced you in his affections. Knowing Fugaku Chichi, the former is highly unlikely, the latter only moderately so. Therefore, Somehow you have done something to lower yourself in his eyes. It cannot be in your work. We have access to your mission files. The Sandame allowed us at least that, so it must be within the family. Point 3. Uchiha Shisui. At Itachi's surprised expression, the other Sasuke half smiled before his expression returned to normal, holding up 3 fingers. The Konoha military police really kept very detailed files that Omid kept poring over after the massacre. Interestingly, his body was stolen directly after the autopsy, the why or wherefore we don't know. However, from the sheer detail we can prove that there was heavy scrutiny of the case. From this, in 5 years, I have drawn together some deductions. Would you care to hear them? I suppose that it is only a courtesy to allow a man his last dreams, Itachi coldly remarked, his eyes flicking to the side. Do regale me with your delusions, before I kill you. This body is still that of Uchiha Sasuke. If you kill it, you kill both of us, the other Sasuke pointed out. Itachi's eye twitched. Now, my deduction was that Fugaku Chichi was planning something. The what or why escapes us, but from subsequent events, we believe it to be something major and treasonous. From the second point, we can guess that you fell out with Fugaku Chichi, which can only point to a dissension between father and son, an unprecedented event. Itachi ni, you were in Anbu and you were loyal to our village. This can only mean treason. To merit the massacre of a clan would mean that the Uchiha clan was planning either the destruction or the takeover of Konoha. From our history as descendants of Uchiha Madara, the latter is more likely. However, that still does not explain why we are still alive. So, from there, we would have to jump to far-reaching deductions as to why. From the parting words you gave us before leaving, we can only conclude that you wished us to kill you, and in that context, we can only believe that you wanted us to live unknowing of the Uchiha clan's dishonor. This would mean that somewhere, you still love us as your little brother. Am I correct? Delusions, Itachi scoffed. The dreams of a fool. The other Sasuke smirked. Liar. You have no proof. These are just the ramblings of fools without concrete evidence, Itachi pointed out. How do you intend to prove it? I'm glad you asked. The other Sasuke held the kunai to his throat. Like this. I am going to stab here. Whether or not we survive is up to you. Oi, Sasuke, Naruto began. Are you mad? Don't worry, Uzumaki-san. Just stay there, the other Sasuke told him. What do you seek from this? Itachi had grown to look nervous, well, as much as any Uchiha could. You will merely die. I do not believe your claims, the other Sasuke clearly replied. You have never met my eyes to openly claim so, as the Sharingan can tell. Just because I cannot activate it does not mean that it is not activated, Itachi ni, and I can tell that you are lying. You must physically come over and stop me, which would prove that my hypothesis is correct if you truly value Uchiha Sasuke. If it is not, then I will at least spare Omid from having to kill his brother. You cannot use the Mangekyo Sharingan to stop me. To fracture Omid's mind any more would be to risk my completely taking over him. Which would be his death in a sense. Sasuke is in a peaceful, deep sleep, and I can extend that forever. The kunai touched skin. What will it be? You bastard! Naruto yelled, but unable to come any closer as the kunai was held to his friend's windpipe. What are you doing? Bringing a man out of denial, the other Sasuke coolly replied. The kunai dug deep into delicate skin and drew blood. From the side Itachi could see Kakashi and Sai attempting to move closer, restrained by some barrier. The 4 were watching the brothers stand off, 2 with wide eyes, and 2, coolly appraising. He then looked back to the stranger looking out from his brother's eyes. Tsukiyomi. The other Sasuke suggested. How dare you, Itachi coldly replied. I will get you out even if I have to reach into your mind and drag you out kicking and screaming. The most difficult person to stop, short of someone with something to protect, is someone with nothing to lose. Jab. A stream of blood slowly trickled down. Try me. Then die. Itachi replied. I intend to. The blade slowly sank into his throat, millimeter by millimeter, slowly severing the carotid artery bit by bit by bit. You're serious, Itachi breathed. Look into my eyes, Itachi ni, and see if truly, you can stop this. The not Sasuke murmured. If Sasuke dies, I die with him. No one here will help a ninja who willfully commits suicide, even if said ninja was quite unaware of it. The stranger in the familiar eyes told him. Only you can save him now. The red eyes seemed to twinkle at him before they morphed back into black obsidian. Black, stunned obsidian. What the? Sasuke breathed before he keeled over. Itachi caught him before he hit the ground. Of all the things, we have a suicidal Yami on our hands, Yugi groaned later as the shinobi settled around the campfire. Kakashi, Sai and Naruto were taking turns to stare at an impassive Itachi, who had done nothing but try to resuscitate and treat a Sasuke already weakened ironically by the genin's own hand and on the verge of death. Kakashi and Sai had helped, but their medical knowledge did not truly extend beyond first aid, and Naruto certainly did not have any healing skills hidden on him. Yugi and Ryu were giving each other looks, but were dissuaded by their Yami-s from doing anything. What's a Yami? Naruto voiced, curious. A term used to describe the darkness in people's hearts, the other Yugi answered. The darkness of our hearts is often dispersed. Few are completely light or completely dark. Those who are of light tend to show more empathy and kindness, but little in the way of self-preservation. Those of the dark tend to have no inhibitions and will do anything necessary for their goals. And then there are those who are split. Split? Naruto winced. Yami and Yugi shared a look. The two of us were once one soul. Yugi took up where his partner left off. One being, one consciousness, split in two. The purest form of light and dark, separated, never apart, never as one. Kakashi's initial thought was, well, that explains the similarity in looks and the touchy-feely. Bakura and Ryu are the same, Yami indicated to the two white-haired boys sitting far off. And we know another pair who was like him. Like Sasuke? Kakashi finally asked. Me and Bakura are 3,000 years old. Yami reluctantly explained. Our other halves went through the process of serial reincarnation while we were trapped. Being separated for that long has made it near impossible for us to rejoin together. The shinobi blinked, except for Itachi, who impassively alternated between staring at the fire and at them. Wow, that's old. Then there are those who develop a form of schizophrenia and end up with a dissociative identity disorder, Yami continued. A split personality, Kakashi translated for his blonde student. Yes, like the pair we knew. We got rid of it, but then the other half came back, Yami added upon seeing Itachi perk up. There are methods for both halves to assimilate together again, become one personality, but they have to be specifically tailored and, I am not a psychologist. Maybe if I knew what caused the initial rift to happen I could do something. His brother killed his entire clan in front of him when he was 7 and tortured him with some insane freaky mind genjutsu directly. After, Naruto quickly volunteered. He then trained for 5 years to take revenge, and his brother did the same freaky jutsu again and caused him to land in hospital with a coma. Kakashi and Sai shared a look that said, Naruto clearly needs to work on his tact. Itachi continued to stare at the fire. Yugi's eyes had widened to epic proportions while Yami had raised an eyebrow. Anything else? You need more? Naruto incredulously replied. Not like that, idiot, Bakura sneered. WL King over with Ryu in tow. He means anything to explain Papa Bear over there. Bakura motioned to the ever-impassive Itachi. With Kisame asleep after they changed from the circle to black chains, Kakazu and Hidan piled up next to him. Especially Kakazu in barely more than bits and pieces held together by black thread. And Sasuke asleep with his head on Itachi's lap. Itachi's red Sharingan glared back at all of them like that of an avenging specter. Kakashi shrugged. Naruto shook his head, only Sai nodded. I have heard from Danzo-sama about how the Uchiha clan tried to lead a coup d'état. The Root Anbu replied. They were ultimately dealt with using drastic measures. Except for Uchiha-san. Uchiha Itachi apparently pleaded with the Sandaime for Uchiha Sasuke to be spared. Itachi neither conformed nor denied any words. Yami pulled out a card from his deck holster. I need more details. Is there anything else? Nothing that I know of, Sai shook his head, and nothing else I can safely relay. I see, Yami replied, nodding. Yami, can we? Yugi asked. Of course, Aibo. Yugi immediately took off towards Sasuke. Kneeling down next to the unconscious genin, Yugi held his hands over Sasuke's wounds. A faint yellow light shone when he touched it, as injured skin began knotting back together. There was an uproar at that. Why didn't you do that sooner? Naruto yelled. Would you have answered our questions if we didn't? Yami coldly replied. Naruto would have answered if not for Kakashi's dissuasion. It seems like we are at an impasse. Kakashi finally stated. We obviously have untrustworthy parties present. His eyes lingered on the sleeping Kisame and the ever-impassive older Uchiha for a moment. I have no doubt that you were hiding this skill set from Kisame earlier. Actually, keeping Hoshigaki-san captive took it out of me for most of the afternoon, Yugi sheepishly confessed. And out of us, only me and Ryu can reliably heal others. Ryu doesn't have the control necessary yet, so it's just me. Ah, Kakashi non-committally replied. The point is, we have come for you to retrieve your property, he decided with another look at the Akatsuki members. And somehow, it seems that we have taken up some additional baggage. The bodies can be dealt with, but these two. Good point, Bakura pointed out. Maybe we can just throw them in the Shadow Realm? Kakashi inwardly shuddered. I was thinking of a less extreme option, really, maybe a truce for now. We are currently in enemy territory and after one of their prized assets. It would be really unwise not to have help after one of our members has been incapacitated. But Kakashi-sensei. Naruto started. Naruto, being a ninja is about compromising to fulfill the mission. Kakashi cut in. We reach Waterfall tomorrow, a foreign village filled with potentially hostile ninja who will capture us for information about Konoha and our abilities if possible. It's too late to turn back, so we must press on. Okay. Naruto sulked just as Yami said. He will not do anything. What? The shinobi couldn't believe their ears. Tomorrow I and Yugi will enter the village with you, Uzumaki-san and Sai-san, Yami stated. We will leave the two famous criminals here with Bakura and Ryu. Kisame I know will try to kill his partner, but he would be trapped by Bakura, so no matter. Either of us four are the only ones capable of resolving the situation caused by the other Sasuke, so Itachi cannot attack any of us and Sasuke should be safe. The fact that he has not tried to kill any of us is already proof that somehow, he wants his brother to live without the other. Sasuke hanging around as a possible threat. But what about those two? Sai indicated. Yami pursed his lips. I know that the one I dealt with will not be getting up anytime soon. As for Bakura's, he might not be getting up ever. Naruto paled. Chapter 12. They're unusual, Itachi remarked to an alert and armed Kakashi on the night watch. Yeah, Kakashi non-committally replied, unwilling to part with any information. Was what the other Sasuke claimed true? If it was? Itachi solemnly questioned. What of it? The past cannot be changed. The future can, Kakashi argued. His motivation for revenge almost drove Sasuke to commit treason against the village. He could have been killed when he was sent back by Yami no Yugi. All your actions would have been for nothing. You would have truly become the last Uchiha. I am resigned to fate, Itachi automatically replied. But for once, if there was a wish fate could grant. Yes, I would wish that Sasuke never had to bear the burden of the Uchiha legacy, Itachi imparted. Coming from him, that was akin to pouring out his heart already. The one which started with fratricide, a voice spoke out. The two shinobi's heads turned to see Bakura and Ryu sitting by. Started by Uchiha Madara killing Izuna, and continuing its ever-bloody downward spiral. Your family's history is washed in blood, Itachi-san. Its bloody history is available to those who can see into the past. Please put the senbon you're ready to spit out away, Itachi-san. Kakashi blinked as the nuke nin obligingly spat out said senbon away from their circle of conversation. The other Sasuke might turn out to be a problem, Ryu softly told them. There are only two known ways to us to get rid of a Yami. One is for the original personality to make a stand. This will not last forever, as it is possible that the Yami would completely subjugate the original. And the second? Kakashi was almost afraid to ask. We play a dark game, Bakura spoke. This has many associated side effects which aren't recommended anyway, including but not limited to nyctophobia, fear of shadows, insanity, and possible death in interestingly gruesome ways. Oh right, and let's not forget the complete shattering of an already fragile psyche doubly traumatized. The wince could only be spotted by someone looking for it. Is there no other option? The elder Uchiha asked. Grounding, Ryu absently replied. In a previous case, the main personality was able to overcome his Yami because of the support of his elder sister and adoptive brother. Unfortunately, there seems to be a distinct problem with that. You mean, aside from that the Uchiha do not, as a rule, socialize, that I am Sasuke's only living family, Itachi flatly stated, and that he hates me. His Yami is fixated on you, Ryu volunteered. That means all hope's not lost yet. Look at it like this, at least he'll die without knowing the true bloody legacy of the Uchiha and the truth about this Toby in your organization. The Nuke Nin froze. What do you mean? A man with red eyes holding the puppet strings behind the Yondaime Mizukage, Ryu quietly stated. A shadow in the darkness that seeks the powers of demons to fulfill a mad ambition. Only I know this. Yugi knows that there is great sorrow, worry and darkness in your heart, but he knows not the details of your past or future. How? Itachi managed to pronounce. None believe him alive this day. I can see the past and future, Itachi-san, Ryu evenly replied. Your past is set in stone, true, but you stand at a crossroads in your road this day. A word of warning, your brother knows more than he lets on, as does Madara. All immortals hoard their secrets and knowledge like thieves, and Madara knows about Sasuke. He is a consummate liar. That is all I can impart. Silence echoed after that. Drip, drip, drip. Moonlight streamed in through the little holes in the shoji screens, illuminating upon carnage as the small boy slowly stepped through the shadows, eyes wide open as gleaming red eyes took in all the sights, nostrils flaring at the rank smells, eyes wet and heart thumping from panic. No, he called out. Don't go in there, good boy, Omid, a too-high voice whispered in his ear. Don't worry, soon you'll be with your family forever. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Your family will never die. That would be nice, he found himself saying. The voice laughed. Fugaku Chichi, come welcome your Suke. Uchiha Fugaku moaned as his own bleeding corpse dragged itself before him. Forgive me, Sasuke. No, he screamed, even as his dead clan members picked up their heaving, bleeding and dead corpses, turning blank faces towards him. The youngest living member of the clan, reaching out hands stained with their own blood towards him. No. Shay, the voice scoffed. Soon, Omid, you'll be with your family forever, and I'll live your life for you. You can't, he yelled. It's mine, what's yours is mine, what's mine is yours, the voice sang. Because, I am you. You can't, I am you, and a pair of eyes so much like the Sharingan, only without the black tomo that otherwise marred pure scarlet. I'm Uchiha Sasuke too. And soon, I'll truly be Uchiha Sasuke. Nay. What exactly is this property that they are trying to retrieve? Itachi asked Kakashi later, having been left behind with the Junin as the two Yu-Gi-Oh pair with Sai and Naruto went to the hidden village of Waterfall. And why did they need to drag Kakazu along? Gesture of faith, Kakashi shrugged. As well as probably an apology for whatever they're about to do. I don't want to spoil the surprise, but I can say that it's something to do with collecting the Biju. It seems like a fool's errand to send Genin along, Itachi remarked. Even if one of them is the Kyuubi container. You heard what happened to Inari Castle recently? Kakashi asked, leading on the conversation. The complete leveling of a stronghold so closely associated with the Sannin Orochimaru is difficult to miss, Itachi dryly remarked. Although it is hard to believe, but it is nonetheless true. Yami no Yugi and Bakura Yami were behind it, Kakashi told him. How, I do not know, but I have first-hand evidence that the Biju were terrified of them. Itachi's face fell into the expressionless mask that showed his surprise. Kyuubi's scared of them, Kakashi relayed further. I can't see anything through my Sharingan. My summons and the Hokage's slugs freak out near them. Mount Myoboku went on high alert when they heard the news that those came. Frankly, I think the greater threat comes from those four than from Naruto. Quite the great exaggeration, Itachi said. They do not look very strong. Then again, neither does Uzumaki Naruto. Dare I ask why? A sudden rumble echoed about the forest before a wave of chakra and killing intent, strong and sharp and thick as miasma, washed over them. Kisame was rapidly jerked awake, while Sasuke barely reacted from his place with Itachi's lap as his pillow. Hidan's corpse barely twitched, if it did at all. And then the great beast towered over the forest skyline and roared. The Nanabi beetle may not have the strength of the Kyubi, or the sheer ugliness and terror the Hachibi inspired, but there was no denying that what towered above the forest skyline then was one of the nine-tailed beast which possessed powers beyond any human reach and could only be taken down by the Hachibi or the Kyubi itself. It resembled a great rhinoceros beetle about the size of half an Olympic stadium, black armored plates on its shell gleaming in the sunlight. Sitting astride it by its horn was Kami-sama. Itachi breathed. Kakashi, Yami called from his perch on the beast's head, and Naruto and Sai was clearly clinging onto the great beast's fur with all their strength. Is Uchiha Sasuke awake yet? Still out, Kakashi yelled back, fully aware that the client was now sitting on the head of a freaking Biju and said demon was letting it up there like a docile pet would its master. He had reached the point in panic where the brain simply said, screw it. I can have a heart attack back home, and just decided to accept all the facts for the time being. What the? Kisame muttered. Dear Kami, this makes Madara-sama look like a petty child. How do we get up? Kakashi called. As if on cue, 3 of the 7 tails shot forward and curled around Kakashi, Itachi who had secured Sasuke, and Kisame and Hidan's body, lifting them to its head and gently placing them up there. Kakashi pinched himself for good measure to make sure that he wasn't dreaming. He wasn't. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto yelled when the stunned Junin landed on the surprisingly smooth exoskeleton. You should have seen it. We presented Kakazu, got the bounty, and was negotiating with the council. Those old geezers then asked for proof of ownership, which Yami did by doing some weird motions, and then this girl screamed and suddenly this beetle came out and started roaring, and then Naruto, Kakashi started. We are now faced with one problem. Help me think about how to say that we left waterfall on the head of a Biju to the Hokage. I think we can just tell Hokage-sama so, Sai bluntly replied. It is a fact that cannot be changed, Kakashi-sensei. Kisame coughed. And coughed. And coughed some more, for good measure. What in the 9 levels of Yomi are you people? Bakura gave the dangerous smirk. Like our pets? Kisame opened his mouth, and then closed it. Very interesting, Itachi murmured. I can almost see why. That, however, does not exactly answer our questions. Answers will come to those who wait, Yami murmured. We should be able to return within the day like this. Is there going to be another war? Kakashi asked warily. Oh, yes. Attack a country affiliated with someone who has just proven to control the Biju. Ryu blithely replied. Very smart. We should also inform the Hokage to expect company, Yami remarked. I can feel Malik and Merrick coming. Odd. They never mentioned that they were expanding their holiday to the different dimensions. What? Ryu immediately exclaimed. All 3 in the same area. Do we still want Konohagakure to be standing when we leave? There were rumors about a resistance in some place called Water Country, Yugi answered. I bet those 2 will home in there. I agree, Bakura answered. Which is all good anyway, because we need those 2 if we want any brat here to retain his sanity. The Nuke Nin's head snapped up immediately. Why? Yugi and Yami shared a look. Because although we can perceive minds, Yami slowly started, we don't have the tools on hand to do anything except mind crush him, which may be detrimental in the long term. Are you thinking what I think, Aibo? This guy is like Kaiba. Yugi mentally answered. I agree, the Dark murmured. Mind crush? Itachi murmured. Like it says, Yami shrugged. Crush his mind and hope it can piece itself back together intact. I would rather use Tsukiyomi on him myself, Itachi harshly answered, before I let my brother's mind be willingly crushed. I stand corrected. This guy's worse than Kaiba. You might have a point there. A suicidal Yami, Yugi groaned. Well, that's a first. Normally Yami's just look to kill their object of fixation and subjugate their other's mind. Except for my Yami, of course. Glad to see that you agree. The Dark Yugi murmured as the tailed beast marched onwards. And, Kakashi-san, I think it best if you left the explanation to your Hokage to us. I imagine that you will already be occupied with explaining to your student how he managed to gain a split personality. You're serious about this? The motley group on the ship headed east to Water Country would have caused several people to wonder as to their reasons. A tall, thin young man with black bangs covering the left side of his face blowing bubbles from a pipe, a dark blonde girl turning adoring cerulean eyes on him, and by the starboard bay, two near-identical dark-skinned blondes in near-identical outfits of purple sleeveless jackets, cargos and combat boots. The only difference lay in that one had his hair more or less neatly combed, while the other's hairstyle looked like the unholy product of bedhead gone wrong. "You're serious," the sole brunette of the group stated incredulously. "You're serious about this? Really? You're serious about going to Kirigakure and fighting the Mizukage? You're getting repetitive," the slightly shorter one, Merrick Ishtar, sighed. "What of it? You're insane," the nuke Nin Utakata shot back. "Remind me why the hell am I here?" "Blame the Rokubi," Merrick suggested. "Oh yes," Utakata bitterly replied. "All I got was a Yami-sama, and nothing else. That doesn't explain why." "It's ours," the more psychotic-looking one, Malik, growled, red eyes scanning the open seas. "Omit, we have company." "Oh." Merrick sounded curious as mist drifted overboard to cover the top of the ship. "Interesting. What's the general plan?" "They recognize the vessel, and are homing in," Malik dully replied. "A clean sweep, then. May I?" "Not like you could do much damage on the open seas," Merrick muttered. "Go ahead." Malik let out a low, evil laugh, the ling that caused people's skin to crawl and even demons to whimper and hide somewhere and just generally whine not to let it near them, because somewhere inside the senses of self-preservation ring and complain and just generally wish for him and those like him to stay away. "Levia Dragon," he called to the seas, voice thrumming with power. "I call you. Come forth from the deepest seas." An answering roar was heard soon as the waters turned choppy, the shadows of the sea darkening as a huge life form, serpentine and beautiful as it was deadly, broke through the water surface. The boat rocked about for a few moments before settling, but not before shouts from very surprised shinobi were heard. "Levia Dragon," Malik airily declared. "Please clear the way." The water serpent gave an answering roar before it sank back down into the deep, its shadowed body heading towards the direction of water country. The cries of panic could soon be heard as large splashes and roars sounded, breaking the night's previous silence. "The Levia Dragon," Daedalus, Utakata echoed, "defender of the legendary ocean citadel." Merrick appraised him. "You have a better link to the Biju than first thought," he observed. "Does it matter, though?" Malik sneered as the currents awakened by Daedalus steered their boat towards land. "Listen well, Biju. I intend to get my property back in 3 days from the other guy in Kirigakure. Therefore, if you slow us down, I'll get you. Understood?" "It understands," Utakata dryly replied as he helped Hotaru disembark. "What the hell are you people?" Malik grinned at him, eyes suddenly a brilliant red unlike the Sharingan but very much as fearsome, if not more so. "I am darkness." Merrick rolled his eyes. "You mean, you're Yami Malik?" "Meh," Malik grunted, jumping onto the beach where the boat was washed up onto. "Semantics. I'm still darkness personified, right, Habibi?" "I cannot find it in my heart to disagree," Merrick simply replied. "Hold it," Utakata stated, still stunned from the sea dragon. "If the Rokubi was your property, and you wanted to retrieve your other property, and you're here, and the only other Jinchuriki here is the Sanbi, no way. Only 3 days later, the shinobi world would be taken by storm when Terumi Mei overthrew the 4th Mizukage in a bloodless coup d'état, becoming the first female Mizukage ever and ending the terror that was the rule of the 4th Mizukage Yagura. People would forever wonder how did the woman do that, and what monster did Kiri produce this time. The secret would never move past the walls of the Mizukage office, nor would it move past the lips of Konoha, who knew the true circumstances only out of happy coincidence. "Told you," Utakata muttered as Kiri ninja armed to the teeth assembled around them. "Not at all," Merrick remarked. "All of you, kill yourselves. There's no way that—" The bubble blower hung loose in his hand as the Kiri shinobi turned their kunais to their own throats. "What in the world?" "Oh, look," Malik conversationally stated as an explosion sounded in the distance. "Something's started." "Let's see, then," Merrick replied conversationally, sidestepping the cooling corpses towards the explosion, the other 3 following in his wake. "Shisho. Is this normal?" Hotaru muttered. 1. Don't call me that. 2. No, it's not. Utakata shot back with equal measure. Shinobi invasions are normally more bloody than these. "Wait," Merrick commanded one of the shinobi about to kill himself. "You, show us to the Mizukage." Yes, master, the Kiri shinobi dully bowed before walking right into an explosion of fire. Oh my! A smiling red-haired woman in a dark blue dress said as she jumped down a roof to the ground. She was soon followed by a man with messy gray hair, pink eyes and a scar down one cheek. We've involved civilian casualties. Utakata, Yagura said. Traitor to Kirigakure. Die. Trorigit, Merrick ordered, as a teal-haired half-male half-female pink-skinned fiend with bichromatic eyes appeared in a burst of purple smoke, wings flaring, just as Yagura began attacking. Stop what the? Mei was stopped immediately by Utakata. What are you doing? Property retrieval, Utakata replied as Yagura impacted on the fiend. They're here for the Sanbi. What makes you think they can? The future Mizukage was cut off as Yagura screamed the yells of the truly demented, cuts appearing on his abdomen. You don't run, you, Malik snarled, walking over. Show yourself. Chakra burst from the fourth Mizukage, coalescing into a solid form of a gray turtleshell studded with spikes. 3 long scale-covered tails waving about crashing buildings here and there as the giant member of the Order to Studentes landed on the ground and howled, human-like forearms twisting into the ground. Excellent, Malik snarled, his face a twisted mask of glee. Felgrand dragon. A golden dragon, similar in build to a seahorse, descended from the sky, reptilian roar enough to put the Sanbi to shame as it landed to the hard shell and actually cracked it. Bo, Malik stated. Yami, the great beast caused more tremors upon the ground as its body crashed with earth. Yami, Sama, Yami Sama. Sama? Mei asked. Don't ask, Utakata replied. They wouldn't answer. Good, Malik growled. You recognize me, right? Why yes. Do you remember the Levia dragon? Merrick asked from where he was walking towards the great beast. Dalus, Daedalus, Kyriushin, the dragon last night? Utakata muttered. We're going to return you home, Merrick stated, pulling a card out from his pocket. Home, Umi, Kairatai, Arigato, lit. See, I want to go home, thank you. Welcome back to the Shadow Realm, Malik called as Merrick slapped the card onto the great beast, enveloping the beast in purple smoke. From the smoke landed a figure, Yagura, into the dirt as the golden dragon cried out and vanished. One collected, one to go. Oi, you. Scary, Mei muttered as she produced a kunai. What? Not you, Malik dismissively replied, walking over to Utakata. That guy. He has our property as well. Is it going to be painful? Utakata asked with some trepidation as Malik produced a brown-backed playing card that now looked ominous given that its twin had sealed the Sanbi. Malik grinned openly as he caught onto the rapidly retreating shinobi. You try it and tell me. Utakata yelling broke the 200 decibel mark throughout the entire water country that day. Soon after, the 2 dark-skinned blondes disappeared from Kirigakure celebrating the coronation of the next Mizukage. Where to? No one actually knew, but reports state that the sea serpent was sighted leaving the coasts of water country at sunset, with what could be 2 figures atop its heads as it swam off west. Popular opinion was that the 2 were spirits from the other worlds come for the Sanbi and Rokubi and to retrieve the rest of the Biju. They have no idea how correct they were. Chapter 13. It was dark and gloomy and almost silent, what little light filtered out further by the shoji screens about the rooms as he slowly awoke to see, gleaming in the darkness, a pair of cerise eyes. It is so dark here because of you, that voice whispered, the one. Like rustling leaves and dripping blood sighed, just as another voice spoke. Foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, hate me, detest me, and yet survive in an unsightly way. Run and cling to life, and when you have the same eyes as mine, come to me. So much blood, the too high voice so much like his own, yet so unlike it, whispered. It is so lonely to be stuck in a place not even of my own choosing. Soon, Omid, you will remain in the shadows you love so much, and I will embrace light in your place, your family. Waits for you. The cold, clammy grip on his limbs tightened again as he screamed. No, go back. This is the hell of your own choosing, the voice spoke. Run, and cling to life, his own brother's soft voice echoed. And when you finally sink into the darkness, Omid, I will embrace life. A blink of an eye found Uchiha Sasuke wide awake, skin cold and clammy despite the warm daytime. From his touch, He guessed that they were on something smooth, hard, like armor. What the? He quickly sat up, attracting the notice of the shinobi present. Good morning, Yugi chirped in front of him, Yami beside him as always. Don't talk too much. Your split personality tried to kill you and himself yesterday in a bid to force your brother to admit the truth. You know, you're a pretty special case. The younger Uchiha blinked. What? Yami sighed. You have a split personality. Basically, you have a stranger behind your eyes, who is more or less your every negative desire personified, and is fixated on killing Uchiha Itachi. Yes, I think that set the background perfectly. As to what happened, your split personality confronted your brother, and held a kunai to your throat and actually slit your artery, just missing the jugular, when he didn't answer. Oi, Teme! Naruto yelled happily somewhere behind Yugi. You're awake. Now you can take over steering duty. Personally, Naruto, I think Sasuke-san is more suited to navigation. Sai's monotone cut in. At the very least, it would save us the trouble of deciphering Kakashi-sensei's instructions. Well, I'm pulling a watch on our so-called prisoners. 2 of our guests are busy controlling our ride. The other 2 and doing something I don't know and don't have the guts to ask, and I don't see any other friendly Junin within a 5-kilometer radius. Kakashi's voice sounded. Naruto, steer it straight. I don't want to accidentally end up in Kusagakure on the back of the Nanabi. Sasuke quickly turned back to see Kakashi, dirty book out, cross-legged out of reach of a tied-up Kisame and an ever-impassive Itachi. As the 2 Uchiha met eyes, Sasuke could feel the old anger and hurt and thirst of revenge rising, his eyes bleeding into the blood red of the Sharingan. And a hand reached through the darkness for him. The black-haired genin gasped as a migraine sank in, doubling over onto what he realized were armored plates. Arg. Oi, Teme, you okay? Naruto yelled. He chose not to answer. Sasuke, Kakashi assured him. There are some things to clear up when we get back to the village. We're safe for now. Not, like, I can. He ground out through the splitting pain as the migraine slowly subsided. How are you, Oto? Itachi sounded, as much as any Uchiha could, concerned. My head hurts. Sasuke decided to try for bare civility for the moment. It was then that the truth sank in. Kakashi, sensei? Yeah? Are we riding on the Nanabi? Why, yes, we are. In fact, I'm in the midst of drafting a mission report, and I'd appreciate help in writing it in a way that doesn't sound like we're all high on LSD. A headache of a completely different nature was sinking in. Sensei, did we send notice ahead? Knew I forgot that. Meh, we're within sight of the gates, anyway. The slow, pondering steps of the tailed beast contrasted with the rapid heartbeat Tsunade felt in her chest as she watched the great beetle ponderously come forward down the main path from Taki to He, hardly daring to believe the words of the watchers. Even the Hyuga clan had confirmed without a doubt that the great monster, currently moving towards Konoha at 12 o'clock, was the 7-tailed beetle, so legendary the beast was. It was when the black behemoth was so close to the village she could see the sunlight gleam off its black shell that she realized that there were people on it. The Kabutomushi paused before the grand gates of Konohagakure, 6 legs apart and great horn directly before the gates itself, before it sank crouching on the ground. At the base of the horn itself, Uzumaki Naruto jumped, yelling, Ba-chan, we're back. Tsunade of the Sannin had seen a lot of things in her kunoichi career, but this had to take the cake. Tsunade-sama? Shizune asked, standing beside her. Shizune. Yes. Extra strength Tylenol, sake enough to drown in, and Kakashi's report, as well as my application for a day off filled in. Count me in, Tsunade-sama. Incredible, Tsunade sighed, downing the sake. It was against office ethics, but she'd take blissful oblivion compared to the impending cardiac arrest that threatened Jiraiya at the site. The toad sage had merely keeled over unconscious and was still out, which was definitely what the Gudame Hokage wanted to do right now, even a week after Team Kakashi's stunt. Do I want to know how and why is Uchiha Itachi sitting in front of my desk right now? What am I, chopped liver? Kisame grumbled from his tied-up position by the Hokage's desk, but a glare from Bakura and Kakashi's threatening motions shut him up. This scroll I wrote while held in detention would hopefully satisfactorily explain everything. Itachi produced said scroll. If not, then think of my return as a familial concern. Kisame shook his head. You know, if this is your familial concern, to defy death by walking back into your village, I feel terrified of your familial revenge. That does not explain why Hoshigaki Kisame is here, Tsunade pointed out, nose deep in the scroll. Yami asked for him to be hauled out of prison for this, Bakura flippantly replied. The Anbu were pretty quick to react. Yes, Tsunade thought. Faced with the entire team riding the seven-tailed beetle home tended to impact the Anbu present with the gate guards. Read. All the Anbu. A lot. Ordering the seven-tailed beetle about like a pet just reinforced the impression. Danzo actually did the fish impression when the beetle stopped just beyond the grand gates of Konoha, and from the top descended the entire team. 2 captured Akatsuki members, 1 unconscious member and another ninja. Wearing primarily bandages. Imagine their surprise when the ninja turned out to be a summons. We're all here? Yami asked as he walked in with Yugi. Hokage-sama, Yugi timidly began. We have friends who are on their way here, and we'd like to request you to send escorts, as they come with very precious cargo. What kind of cargo? Tsunade was almost afraid to ask. A hint, Yami answered. They're coming from a recent trip through water country. Kisame immediately perked up. Yagura is dead? Seriously? That answers a lot of questions, Tsunade grimly said. We have just received news that the Kiri Nuke Nin Utakata assisted Terumi Mei in a successful bloodless coup against the 4th Mizukage, effective as of only today. I assume your friends had a hand in that. Malik said that they just strolled in, took the beasts and strolled off, Yugi dryly replied. How true that statement is I have no idea. However, knowing those two, he drifted off. The coup was bloodless. Itachi was honestly surprised. How did they manage that? Officially, credit goes to the new Gudame Mizukage, Terumi Mei, Tsunade started. Unofficially, the Mizukage has sent out a notice searching for 2 dark-skinned near-identical twin blondes. She also adds that those blondes have strange powers beyond their understanding. Way to go, Yami cursed. Now all eyes would be searching for them. Crap, Bakura swore. On a brighter note, they're not riding the Sanbi to Konoha, Yugi sheepishly added. So we don't have to worry about another scare. Madara is going to be pissed, Kisame started, an unholy grin on his face. Speaking of which, Tsunade put DWN the scroll. I believe you. The events of the past years are too much to be coincidental. However, I am extremely interested to know if the Biju could be reached once Yami no Yugi or one of your compatriots have them. Not likely, Yami admitted. Unless dimensional travel is included in his repertoire, then no, even then, highly unlikely. Even if he could hold one thrall, there are numerous monsters in the realm in question that is safe for anyone. With that settled, Tsunade steepled her hands. Uchiha Sasuke. What about him? Yami asked. Itachi perked up immediately. I would like you to cure him. I do not specialize in mind work, Yami blandly replied. The only 2 times I had to step in was using a mind crush, and we ended up with Malik and Merrick. I could, however, request Merrick to take a look. However, why not your own? I think ninja have their mind reading techniques as well, no? Tsunade sighed. I am curious to know how such information made its way to you. To answer your question, our shinobi were thrown out by the split personality. I have sources, Yami nodded. The ninja grandmaster said that he was formerly from this village. Nuke Nin? Tsunade questioned. Dead, actually, Yami blandly replied. His real name is Sasuke. Beyond that we cannot reveal anymore, save that he was from a prominent clan. Grandmaster Sasuke, Itachi's face was carefully blank. Ah. Next on the agenda, Tsunade consulted a report. 2 Akatsuki have been sighted heading to Wind Country. Ichibi. Itachi stated. I see. Tsunade rounded on to Itachi. You obviously know the Akatsuki agents sent. Tell us. Kisame would kill me before that information leaves my mouth, Itachi honestly answered. He is that way. Glad you remember, Kisame dryly replied. So, I just have a few last words to say. You will not be giving any eulogies, Hoshigaki-san. Yugi shook his head. Not anytime soon. Kisame smirked. What's to stop you from me biting my tongue? Yami smirked. A certain Kiri ninja suddenly lost all confidence as he looked into bloody eyes that promised pain with no end in sight. Bakura, he purred. It appears we have a suicide risk. Do you think we can seal his soul in a nice figurine? Bakura cackled. Or we could throw him into the shadow realm. To the shinobi's great surprise, Kakashi actually openly shuddered. You have a stranger behind your eyes, who is more or less your every negative desire personified, and is fixated on killing Uchiha Itachi. So why am I looking at myself? Sasuke decided to ask himself as he considered his own eyes in the reflective surface of a bowl of soup. Granted, Ichiraku Ramen was not the best place for self-reflection, but he needed someone around just in case. Just in case I lose it, he thought back to Yamanaka Inoichi's words. Kid, your mind is heavily guarded by someone who looks like you, but I can't get through. I can't do anything like this. The notion that there was a stranger hidden behind your very eyes was a terrifying prospect. Does Naruto live like this all the time? Does he have to worry about losing his sanity overnight, or being trapped in his mind? What about that Gaara? Do all Jinchuriki live like this, with this feeling? Does that make me one? Of course not. The porcelain bowl went crashing to the ground as Sasuke quickly stood up and backtracked away. Noodles and soup with the occasional ingredient splashed onto the floorboards of the ramen stand as the younger Uchiha took a deep breath. Itachi. Itachi would know. He's locked up in the tower now, he'll know. If there was someone who knows if the Mangekyo Sharingan came with insanity, it'll be Itachi. Sasuke. Naruto half yelled, cleaning up his 10th bowl of the day, Sai wearing a gobsmacked expression on his face. You wasted good ramen. I gotta go to the tower, the younger Uchiha shot back, turning on his heel. There's a few questions that need answering. I'm coming with you. Naruto jumped up, putting his payment on the Ichiraku counter. Indignity for the mana that was ramen forgotten at Sasuke's expression. Thanks, Gigi. Sai, come on. Our teammate needs assistance. Sai blinked. His business does not pertain to us, nor do we have a mission at hand. But you're on the team, and teammates stick together. Naruto shot back before he grabbed Sai and dragged the surprised genin in a running Uchiha's wake. Akatsuki work in pairs, and we have identified 4 primary members. Unfortunately, Kisame would kill Itachi before he could speak, and Kisame himself would never talk, hence we are stuck in an impasse, Tsunade summed up. Yagura is gone. Kisame muttered. Ah hell. It's not like the Gudame Mizukage would welcome me back with open arms anyway. With me being captured, and seeing as 5 of the 9 targets are here, I might as well talk. Your situation is an interesting one, Yami commented. In shogi terminology, the drop rule has come into effect. An accurate summation, Itachi dryly muttered. Akasuna no Sasori, paired with Deidara, formerly of Iwa, would be with him. Kisame and I have changed sides. Sasori and Deidara are heading to Suna. Kakazu and Hidan are missing in action. Our leader Pain and his right-hand Konan we have no idea, and Tobi no doubt on his way to Kiri to find out what happened to Yagura in the wake of his death. With Zetsu in tow. That would be the 10 primary members, unless they have recruited more. Below that are numerous mercenaries. Loyal only to the organization and indirectly to Tobi, who also goes as Uchiha Madara. So, the number 1 threat as of now would be this Madara, Bakura mused. We were actually taking a verbal message to Orochimaru while in Taki, Itachi confessed. The actual contents of the message are with Kisame. He wishes for an alliance with Otogakure, Kisame dully recited. And we were to inform Kakazu and Hidan to strike at Kumo. However, that plan has been shelved due to what happened to them at your hands. I want to live, thank you, Kisame shuddered. And it looks like hanging about you people would be fun. They proceeded to ignore him. Well, then, Yami sighed. We must leave. Yugi and I have an expedition to plan. Wait, Tsunade never got to finish when an Anbu reported in. Hokage-sama, there has been sightings of Otto Nin infiltrating us. Are there any plans? The prisoner we took last time mentioned that Orochimaru intends to declare himself the Otokage and for Sound to be the 6th great village, Tsunade muttered. We will hold our position for now until Orochimaru has moved. He will most likely investigate sightings of the Nanabi no Kabutomushi moving towards Konoha. Inform Team Guy that I wish them to take on a long-term mission. Her gaze turned to the Yu-Gi-Oh pair, who were cuddling so close that Kakashi actually had to move away from them in a moment of awkwardness. We are increasing the guard on them. Uchiha Sasuke was visibly pissed. Having stormed to the Hokage Tower to be informed that the Hokage was in an important meeting and could not be disturbed, he was reduced to staring into the still waters of the pond he used to train at, awakening the Sharingan at interim to check that the Tomo were still there, and his eyes had not gone, all red, like Naruto had described. It appeared that he was being overly paranoid, but one never knew. "It's fine," Naruto muttered, plonking himself behind Sasuke, not exactly stupid enough to get himself in a position for Sasuke to throw him into the water. "Now quit staring at your looks, Sasuke Teme, and we can get to training." He grunted, but stood up anyway. "Three-way taijutsu? Or ninjutsu?" "Ninjutsu sounds acceptable," Sai nodded, pulling out a scroll and a brush. "Have I ever shown you my ink ninjutsu?" "Ink? Cool," Naruto yelled, awed as he jumped up and made a beeline to Sai. Show us, show us." "Stop that," Sasuke shot at the blonde. Although he privately admitted that the ink animals were definitely cool, jumping off the scroll at the very moment of life to begin attacking them. The inner Uchiha demanding so, he set most of them on fire with a kaiden, before escaping into the trees to watch Naruto and his amazing application of Kage Bunshin before he felt the Sharingan activate. "Let me out." Shivering slightly, the Uchiha jumped down to the ground and pulled out two kunais, one in each hand as he willed the Sharingan to close. As the sun overhead descended, two dark-skinned blondes were sighted walking up to the grand gates. One was cackling madly, the other cackling only marginally less so. "Halt!" The gate guardians started. "You are within the sight of Konohagakure no Sato. State your names and business within the village." "We have friends in the village, don't we, Habibi?" Malik asked. "Of course we do, Malik." Merrick turned to the guards. Ishtar Merrick and Yami Malik. "We're here to meet up with a friend inside." "The names of your friends?" the guards asked stonily. "What was it?" Merrick counted off his fingers. "Right. Muto Yugi, Bakura Ryu, Yami no Yugi, Bakura Yami," Merrick summed up. While Malik amused himself with laughing as the guard's face grew rapidly paler. "Now do I have to kill you, or can we get in now?" "Right this way," the guard nervously saluted, a far cry from his previously tough act. Ishtar-sama, Yami-sama. "We don't eat small children, contrary to popular opinion," Malik murmured to the guard as they left. "We do like blood, though." The guard blinked. "This guy responded to my thoughts?" The three had finished their warm-up training and were about to start for real when they felt it. It was hardly killing by any means, although the feeling was certainly malevolent enough to want to kill for no reason at all. Naruto felt something skitter across his skin as the demon within barked. Sai and Sasuke froze for a moment upon contact with the malevolent force, before jumping back to turn around and see its source. Two near-identical blondes greeted their sight. One wore his hair shoulder-length, lying flat down, Long's bangs framing a dark-skinned face with lavender coal-lined eyes. The other had his hair sticking up in all directions, a mocking visage of a grin on his face, gleaming coal-lined eyes with red pupils like a sunset, and it was from him that the malevolent feeling came from. "State your name and business," Sai ordered, scroll and brush at the ready. "Why?" the second asked. "It's not like anything useful could come of it." "We have never seen you before," Sasuke replied, "and you may be hostile forces." The two exchanged looks. "Right," the second drawled. "So why would hostile forces walk around as if they were lost?" "We are lost, Malik," the first pointed out. "No we aren't, Merrick," Malik replied, still grinning. "My homing senses are picking up on those like us, you know." Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto produced numerous clones. "Right, we'll just bring you to Oba-chan then." "Cute," Merrick commented. "He can duplicate himself." "My turn," Malik happily exclaimed. Revival Jam. A large silver-colored blob appeared in thin air, hovering beside Malik. "Take out the middle one." "Wah!" The real Naruto hidden in the clones was immediately knocked out of the crowd, the blob reassembling itself from having been shattered by the clones before dispelling the clones. "Interesting," Sai commented, drawing quickly. "Agreed." Sasuke ran through several hand seals. "Hosenka no Jutsu." He aimed at Merrick, who merely smiled before lifting his hand. A hand holding an eerily familiar playing card. Reigeki. The lightning easily made short work of the fireballs. Hinotama. Spheres of fire rained down upon the ninja. Crap. Sai muttered as his scroll caught fire. Naruto-san, are you okay? More or less, Naruto absently stomped down where his pants had been singed. Yami, that's Yami's cards. Oh. Malik sounded amused. Makura. A masked warrior with claws long enough to rival Wolverine appeared in a burst of purple smoke. Get him. Malik snarled. Malik. Merrick yelled. We don't need to kill them. Habibi, I haven't killed anyone in weeks. Malik shot back. It's only 1 week. Makura the Destructor had disarmed Naruto with ease and was about to slash down when the blades were intercepted by none other than Gaia the Fierce Knight. Malik, enough, Yami instructed, card out in his hand. Beside him, Yugi was hauling up Naruto. Merrick, long time no see. Hi, Merrick cheerfully greeted, dismissing Makura and Revival Jam with a wave of his hand. We got the cargo. Oh, by the way, we also stopped a possible invasion on the Kiri end and invaded a hidden village. It was really fun. Can we do that next time? I'll bring that up for consideration, Yami diplomatically replied. Shall we? I imagine that you would wish to clean up now. You know those guys? Naruto asked Yugi as he watched the two blondes follow Yami. Friends of ours, Yugi shrugged. A tad more homicidal than most people, but otherwise okay. I'll never call Enko crazy again, Naruto muttered. The Malik guy makes her look sane. Yugi blinked at him. Malik is insane. He's a Yami. Figures, Sasuke muttered. That would actually explain a lot. I agree, Sai answered, slumping down by a tree trunk and pulling out a book. We should conclude our training here and report this to the Hokage. The Hokage already knows, Sasuke dismissively answered. Walking over to Sai with Naruto closely following. How do you think the village could miss those two? What are you drawing? Naruto asked. He may not have known it then, but Naruto had already started on the path of reaching out to the root operative. Chapter 14. It was night when the Anbu cell door swung open, one of the masked elites standing by the doorway. Uchiha Itachi, the soldier stated. Please come with me for your trial. The ever-impassive shinobi nodded solemnly, stepping out of the door and accepting Te-chakra restraining cuffs clipped around his wrists. Before him he could see Kisame with the same, only that in the Kiri Nuke Nin's case, the Anbu was accompanied by a boy with long shaggy white hair. What are you doing here, Bakura? He murmured. Said Thief turned to him, grinning widely. Offering a proposition to Shark Boy here, he airily replied. We played a game. Kisame, tell him how was the game. I never want to play with you again, the former swordsman of the mist replied after a while. Your game should be located to the ranks of T and I. Hell, T and I could get tips from it. On second thought, no, I don't need to live through T and I playing your game. Think about it, Bakura drawled, walking further ahead before disappearing into the gloom despite his white hair. Itachi remained silent as the Anbu led him towards a room, bare of furniture save for a heavy wood-topped steel-framed table, by which Tsunade sat waiting. Hokage-sama, Itachi bowed. Tsunade acknowledged. As it stands, there are 3 options. 1. We execute you. You're the first decent Uchiha I've met, so I'm a bit reluctant to do that. 2. You escape. Given how you are in the midst of Anbu headquarters, not very likely either. And the third? Itachi politely asked. We pull your name from the missing roster, citing a long-term undercover mission and covering up the true events of the Uchiha massacre. Tsunade answered flatly. However, considering the threat of Akatsuki, I am reluctant to consider that option. Madara thinks the Sanbi escaped into the waters of Kiri, Itachi murmured. Imagine his surprise when the sole Biju he possessed is gone. Oh, and about Sasuke, Tsunade continued. I got Inoichi to check his mind. Itachi nodded. The results? It's guarded, Tsunade told the elder Uchiha. But from what Inoichi glimpsed before he was forcibly ejected from Sasuke's mind, there are 2 personalities of Sasuke. I've run medical checkups on Team Kakashi following their return, and Shizune reported a noticeable increase in his brain size after he reported migraines, though not enough to put him off training. Inoichi theorizes that the second personality is attempting to assert dominance over the original, hence explaining the increase in brain size to accommodate the new mind. Itachi blinked. The expected conclusion? There are currently two minds in one body. The average body can't tolerate this stress for long, so sooner or later, one mind has to go. And it might be Sasuke, was the unspoken implication. However, our current experts can do nothing about that. Tsunade nodded. So, I have laid out your choices before you. Think and choose, Uchiha Itachi. Why? Itachi muttered as the Hokage turned to go. Why offer this to me? The Sannin took a while to consider. I was recommended this course of action. Oh, and, medical checkup for you tomorrow. Dying men have no right to protest treatment. The elder Uchiha froze at that statement. How? The eyes. Tsunade simply replied. You're a dead man walking. And, Sasuke doesn't know everything. At least, we haven't told him everything he couldn't figure out for himself. And, those four? Itachi asked again. Yami no Yugi. Tsunade breathed. Muto Yugi. Bakura Yami. Bakura Ryu. And the newest two, Ishtar Merrick and Yami Malik. They have not done anything to him yet, nor have they told him anything. However, that is subject to change. Are they on Konoha's side? Itachi asked. The fifth Hokage took a long while to consider. For now, while our interests coincide with theirs. Then the opportunity must be seized, Itachi mused. What about Danzo? After the stunt the team pulled, he is lying low for the moment, Tsunade answered, chuckling slightly, riding the Nanabi too. Konoha's gates had a greater impact than we thought. The eyes opened to show bright cerise eyes, clear as any ruby. Good evening, the boy nodded towards the short, tricolored-haired figure standing before him. He's asleep for now. I don't suppose that you would tell me the circumstances behind you? Yami prompted. The boy shook his head. No, I will not risk being thrown back. Yami nodded slowly. I see. The boy snorted. The fact that I am here speaks volumes already. Sasuke's hatred festers deep, and gives this darkness strength enough. You are not with me, but not against me, is that correct? Unless my light says otherwise, Yami nodded. Bakura and Malik stick to the same policy as well. Try not to get caught. I don't intend to. The boy coldly replied, and, here his voice turned softer. Thank you. I do not think I would have the strength to break through enough even in 5 years without your appearance. You do not have a name, Yami sighed. What do I call you? Why do you think I wear this face? The boy replied, as Yami turned to go. I am Uchiha Sasuke. Yami sighed, a hint of regret evident in his voice. Soon you will learn the common lesson all of us do. That your other's identity is not yours. The boy's cerise eyes watched as Yami disappeared into shadows, before he forlornly contemplated the dark house's shadows. It might not be mine, the boy sadly said, as cerise eyes bled out to obsidian, but it's all I have. Itachi, he silently cursed before walking back to his room. In the Anbu headquarters, Itachi sneezed. Sasuke, he muttered, before he entered his cell to contemplate his choices. The next morning saw the beginnings of the carnage of a new training ground. You ready, tomb robber? Malik yelled from across the training field. Ask yourself, Tombkeeper, Bakura yelled back as both drew a 5-card hand. What are they doing? A nervous Kakashi asked, something telling him to stay far away from them. Beside him stood Naruto, still rubbing sleep from his eyes, the ever-impassive Sai, and a Sasuke with pronounced eye bags, acting under nervous disposition. Training, Yami flatly replied, holding the referee flag. It's an open secret that the Hokage allows us use of a different training ground a week, because otherwise we'll be using the same barren wasteland each week. Barren wasteland? Sai muttered. Game start, Yami called. Duel. Both yelled as the shadows lengthened, the skies overhead darkened, and both began to glow an eerie purple light. I start first. Drillago. The monster that was the product of a hedgehog and a drill appeared, appendages hissing as they spun. Oh, right, Merrick added. Malik runs a torture device-themed deck. The shinobi had no idea what deck meant, but the words torture device, they knew all too well. I can't tell if they had chakra, Sai commented. Sasuke nodded in agreement. That's it. Bakura laughed. Because this is a combat-oriented duel, ambush, man-eating bug. A giant green bug grabbed onto the drill monster and ripped its appendages off, before thrusting the drill bit through the machine. Kakashi rapidly swallowed, imagining how much that must hurt. Is it? Malik laughed. No matter. Revival jam. The blob of silver-colored goo appeared and smacked the bug, causing it to explode at speeds which Junin would envy. Malik's eyes narrowed. Bakura's eyes narrowed. What followed was the Shadow Ream equivalent of gunslinging as spells and traps and monsters had it at each other. The following scenes were of such gory description as to be unprintable. Enough said. I just noticed, Naruto voiced out a while later, as Bakura and Malik landed on their knees, panting. They didn't release the great big chicken. Both the battling Yami-s turned their attention to the shinobi before sharing identically evil smiles. You thinking what I'm thinking, Malik? Bakura snarled. Oh, yes, Malik growled. Both turned to Yami, who checked his watch. 5 hours, he reported. The genin shared looks before turning to Kakashi. I presume that it is my turn to show off then, Kakashi cheerfully stated. It would be an interesting match, Sai agreed, twitching as Kakashi pulled out his book. A tick mark appeared on Yami's brow, before he pulled out a card and frowned. I see. Monsters vs. Ninja, then. He threw the card out. Harpy Queen. A burst of light preceded the descent of a beautiful green-haired woman in a blue bodysuit, ending at her arms and legs in golden talons and claws that contrasted with her green locks. White. Feathered wings ran the length of her arms as she proceeded to float just above the ground. Yu-Gi-Oh! She greeted to both Yami and Yugi, who bowed back. She then turned to Kakashi, the copy ninja stunned by the beautiful Harpy Queen. Her eyes soon fell onto the book. Her left eye twitched. I'll leave this to you, Arya, Yami called. Understood. The strongest of the Harpy ladies held her hands out, stretching to the sky. Mangekyo. Karainaru Bunshin. Kaleidoscope. Magnificent replication, elegant egotist. Mirrors appeared around her, and from these reflective surfaces emerged 3 more Harpy ladies, one with long pink locks, one with short orange hair, the third with spiky blue hair, but all had purple feathered wings. The Harpy lady sisters, she introduced. Ero, Carrero, Occupite, she introduced the pink, orange and blue-haired ladies respectively. My name is Arya, the Harpy Queen and strongest of the Harpy ladies. You're pitting us against women? Kakashi registered. The 4 Harpy ladies glared at him. Cyber bondage. Rose whip. Within seconds, the ladies flew higher, outfitted in armor and weapons. Arya's grip tightened on her own whip. Harpy's hunting ground. The field soon changed to a flat plain with nowhere for the shinobi to hide. Naruto sank his head into his hands. You just had to. Attack him, Arya cried, throwing her whip out to lash. Kakashi grunted as he dodged, the whip grazing his leg as it passed. From behind, the pink-haired harpy scratched at his back before flying high up to avoid Kakashi turning about, only for another to swipe at his back. I'll have to be serious, then. Kakashi lifted his headband. I think not. Harpy no Hanboki, Arya called, as a wing-shaped feather duster appeared in her hand and she swung it in Kakashi's direction. The resulting winds and feathers covered the Sharingan eye, Kakashi swearing all the while. Sisters, Arya cracked her whip, trapping a panicked Junin in place. Triangle ecstasy spark. Spheres of bright white light formed in the ladies' hands as they flew in a triangle formation towards the stunned Junin, the spheres connecting into a triangle before an X shape formed in the triangle and a pink beam of light shot from it. The resulting explosion resulted in one well-cooked Junin. Crazy, Jiraiya muttered as he spied on their training, hidden by a camouflage sheet behind the genin. It's like the Shodem's jutsu. Aerial superiority, weapons and the ability to change the field, all can change the tide of battle. Pervert. The orange-haired harpy lady screeched as she threw Jiraiya into the field. Ero Sennin. Naruto yelled as Jiraiya landed on his feet. The crack of a whip alerted him that there was one angry harpy queen floating above him. Jiraiya stuttered, faced with the beautiful queen. Ero Sennin, let's see how you do, Naruto yelled. Don't call me that. Brat, Jiraiya yelled. If you want a show, fine. He turned to the harpy queen. Sorry, but I'm not holding back. Then I will not either, Arya answered. raising a clawed hand to her lips and blowing a shrill whistle. A roar signaled the arrival of a dragon, and Jiraiya swallowed as the crimson reptile descended from the skies, the chain from around its neck twisting around the wrist of the Harpy Queen. "Oh my!" Jiraiya could only answer. "This is my strongest pet." Arya jingled the chain. "I have yet to see him lose against a mortal warrior such as your own." "Mortal?" Jiraiya blinked. The red chakra fox form of Kyuubi's head materialized beside Naruto. "Sora no Kadoku na Mai, lone dance of the skies, Harpy Queen Arya." "Kyuubi," Arya nodded. "I see you're only at half strength." "Blame the stupid human," Kyuubi replied. "Being stuck in a host is boring. I don't care what Yubel says, it's boring as hell." "When did you?" Naruto yelled out. "Yu-Gi-Oh gives out dark power wherever he goes," Kyuubi scoffed. "Enough to tap in and let me watch anyway. He's screwed. That woman is over 2,000 years old and as fierce as anything. That dragon is the mark of the queen, it won't lose to any Kachiyose so easily, not with its mistresses nearby. This mortal warrior has backup too." Jiraiya bit his thumb. "Kachiyose no jutsu." The dragon growled as the toad boss Gamabunta appeared in a burst of chakra smoke. "Jiraiya!" it yelled. "What the? A dragon? Where the hell did you find a freaking dragon?" "So that's a boss summon," Sasuke nodded, awed by the size. "Boss!" Naruto yelled. "We're training with it at the moment. Then Arrow Sennin came and now he and you are going to fight them." "I am going to kill you, Jiraiya," the toad boss muttered, before its sight wandered down to Yami and Yugi. "You guys are new, My name is Yami no Yugi," Yami greeted. "This is my partner, Muto Yugi." "I can sense the great power on you," the toad boss muttered. "So, you're the wielders that the two great sage toads are fussing over, Don't know if your summon is worth it, though." "Gamabunta, you shouldn't underestimate things you don't understand," the Kyuubi's ghost cackled. "Why?" Naruto asked. "If the mistress takes the field, that dragon's going to get a power-up," Kyuubi chuckled. "And, high as the frog might jump, it can't reach the sky while that dragon and those harpies can fly." "My dragon, attack," Arya called. In short, Kyuubi summarized, he's screwed. The dragon roared. Jiraiya shivered. "Sensei," Tenten groaned as they passed another training ground. "Are you sure we can use this place?" "Of course." Maeda Guy flashed his signature pose, complete with flashing teeth. "Why, just the other day I found." He never got to finish before another explosion sounded. Hyuga Neji blinked, activating his Byakugan before wincing, the veins by his eyes quickly subsiding as he deactivated the Dujutsu. "There is too much chakra flare. My Byakugan cannot pierce it so easily." "Guess we'll have to do this the hard way," Tenten muttered, walking into the clearing. "Oi, Sensei." "Yes, my youthful student, Kakashi," Guy cried upon seeing his rival slumped on the ground. "What happened to you?" A crash as something impacted into the ground not far from them, leaving a crater. "Ow," Jiraiya moaned as he crawled out of said crater. "I gotta give it to you." An even bigger crash and small tremors shook the ground as Gamabunta joined him. "I believe you," the toad boss moaned. "What a kick, and claws, and talons." Oh, Team Guy turned to see Konoha's newest guests of the Hokage, standing by them, as the remains of something faded into purple mist, the previously flat meadow turning back into a forest clearing. "Good morning. We're taking this field for a while, if you don't mind." "Yosh," Guy called. "Team, today we'll be pitting our youthful spirit against such youthful summoners." "Yes, Guy-sensei," Rock Lee answered. "Lee, Guy-sensei. Lee." "My eyes," Yugi moaned as the fiery sunset backdrop with waves came on. "Ow," Ryu moaned. "Raw damn it, it's bright," Malik grumbled. "Damn straight." Merrick shaded his own eyes. "Turn that off," Bakura roared, throwing a kunai at Guy. The taijutsu master easily dodged it, but he noted that the kunai actually cut while an inch away from his forearm spandex. "Oh? I didn't know you had wind affinity." "He doesn't," Yami answered as Bakura looked confused. "We just sharpened the knives using our skills." He walked over and whipped up the kunai, waving it. A blue sheen appeared trailing behind the blade. The blade is so sharp that the air around it is cut each time it moves. That's Imp, OS Cybele, Tenten pointed out. She paused. You are very welcome to test your skills against us, Yami nodded. However, I will be your referee. If we let Malik and Bakura loose, Konoha would burn in 6 hours. Less than that, Bakura scowled. I was accounting for shinobi interference, Yami pointed out. Yeah. I guessed about 5 hours, Bakura lazily stretched. Hikari's need practice too, after all. Very well then, Yugi nodded. No permanent injuries, okay. Bakura, Ryu moaned. Really? You can use the stupid deck Pegasus gave us, Bakura scowled as he pushed Ryu forward. If I have to hear that tittering again, I'll set them on fire, I swear. Wish me luck. Yugi chirped as he stood before Tenten. Ryu took Lee, the least intimidating of the 3 genin, and Merrick scowled at Neji, who glared back. All 3 drew a 6-card hand. Duel. A kid shouldn't be playing with the big girls, you know, Tenten commented as she faced Yugi. I'm in my 20s, Yugi sighed. The kunoichi stopped momentarily. Really? Wow, what's your secret? It's a long story, Yugi shrugged. Just call it genetics. Sucks to be you, Tenten shrugged. Anyway, I'm a weapons mistress, so, if I win this, you get your friend to teach me how to sharpen my weapons like that. Cool and freaky, her mind snickered. Neji, let's see you counter this. And if I win? Yugi asked coyly. Treat you to lunch? Tenten shrugged. You should ask Bakura yourself, Yugi murmured. Okay. Bakura would be really mad if he has to teach, so, you're a weapons master, so let's match arsenals. Red gadget. A red-colored robot with a large metal gear attached behind appeared in a burst of light. Now it's up to you. Fate is not with you today, Neji said as he got into a stance. One of Merrick's eyebrows twitched. Well, I was thinking of holding back, but I doubt you'd need it. Power flared about him as he drew his hand. Neji blinked, shaking his head as he deactivated the Byakugan. I cannot see any of the Tenketsu, be it on him or his other, save that his is a case of too much chakra, but the others, Yami Malik. Bakura Yami, Yami no Yugi, all of them, it's like they have no chakra at all, but that would mean that they're dead. Watch out, Merrick snarled, holding up a card, Battlemania. Neji nearly forgot his Hyuga breeding as his body moved to begin attacking of his own accord. 2 strikes. A red and a blue door appeared in midair, Neji hitting the red door with his Juken. 4 strikes. 8 strikes. 16 strikes. 32 strikes. This door, T isn't normal, 64 strikes. The red door was still standing. Now then, here you have a choice, Merrick drawled. You can choose to recover half the energy expended in that attack, or you can inflict me with half the power behind that attack. What will it be? He's planning something, Naruto nodded. Definitely. Half that power. That's 32 strikes, Neji pointed out. So, Merrick blinked. It's not mine. Not like it's going to hurt me anyway, well? Neji nodded, contemplating as a tick formed on his forehead. Feel the Juken and fear it, even at half strength. I choose to inflict. The red door began to glow a dull red. Excellent, Merrick cackled, as a red bolt of light exploded from the red door. Barrel behind the door. A gold and faience matchlock pistol materialized, lazuli hooded serpent on the grip snarling as it sucked in the red light. And fired them back. Naruto and Sai and even Sasuke winced in sympathy, especially Naruto. Ow, Konoha's most unpredictable ninja commented, that had got to hurt. And the most ironic thing is, Yami commented, the card's name is Changing Destiny. The doors represent a fork in the road of destiny, where you choose the next step of the path through the garden. However, at the end of a lifetime of walking you might look back, and see only one path stretching out behind you, or look ahead, and see only darkness. Merrick won because your friend believed too much in destiny. Asterisk anime effect. Might as well, Ryu sighed, forlornly looking as Yugi summoned Stronghold, the moving fortress, and Merrick easily beat his opponent with a 2-trap combination. One starts with a trap, the other summons a monster, Rock Lee muttered. What will you play? Draw, Ryu muttered, drawing an extra card. Field magic, future visions. The air itself turned rosy in color, the sky itself darkening in response. Within future visions, our actions are immediately moved to the future, Ryu muttered. Within this field of future vision, I summoned Fortune Lady Lighty. A perky blonde girl, hair cut in a bob, in a yellow coat with a skimpy black leotard and black tights appeared, holding a staff with a blade attached about the end, spinning about one leg. However, she doesn't stay around for long, Ryu added, as the blonde bowed and disappeared, fading from sight. But she allows me to summon Fortune Lady Fiery. Another girl, this one red-haired, wearing a red coat over blue turquoise tights and holding the same type of staff appeared, glaring at Rock Lee. Lee blinked. Am I supposed to attack? Fortune Lady Fiery will activate her effect, Ryu continued. Destroy one monster. Ryu finger pointed to Rock Lee. The taijutsu specializing shinobi gulped. Flames of fate, Ryu finalized, as the Fortune Lady conjured a spiral of flame. Neji groaned as he slowly got up, having collapsed when the red light had hit him. Yeah, half the power all right, shouldn't have put that much strength into it. Lee landed next to him, singed and burned and parts of his spandex melting. He was soon followed by Tenten, who landed on Lee's back on her ass. 5 minutes, Yami examined his watch. We need to work on our timing. Kakashi-san, it's your team's turn. All three gulped. Gotta write that will soon, Naruto muttered as he took a stance. The gear monster, Fortune Lady Fiery and what could only be a glob of floating goo looked at them in a manner that could only be described as predatory. The boy wanted to laugh, even as he threw the kunai only for the supposed enemy to miss. His face had wanted revenge and abandoned this. People could be so foolish sometimes in the heat of the moment, and now he found his face, the original, even more so. Oi, Sasuke. Uzumaki-san, Naruto, he mentally chided himself. You missed. Internally laughing, he activated the hidden trap in the wires attached, which bound the blonde to a tree. Nah, he replied, hoping that Naruto would miss the slip-up, and, who's better? Fuck you. The boy wanted to laugh again as both of them dodged the fireball thrown at them by the fire conjurer. This was better than the doom and gloom that haunted the child wherever in his mind. This was fast becoming a thrill to be savored, a joy to have, a precious treasure that he would kill to protect. His mind's eye moved to the sight of dark, gloomy, poorly lit hallways of white walls and wood planking, marred by so much blood, and hidden somewhere in the maze was the foolish original. And I soon will, Omit, he grinned to himself, seemingly unnoticed by the other two, his own soon-to-be teammates. What a nice word, teammates. Chapter 15. It appears that we must move quickly. The Akatsuki group has been accelerating their movements in the wake of the event at Taki and here. Yami stated a week later to the assembled group in the Hokage's office. Uchiha Itachi had, very recently, been cleared of all charges concerning the Uchiha massacre as the Gudame, with the help of a size secretly freed from Danzo and his curse seal, unlocked the journals of the Sandame which detailed everything, with evidence enough to clear his status. Of course, this clearance wasn't publicly announced, although it did mean that Itachi was still under Anbu surveillance. By virtue of the Anbu, the Konoha Council couldn't interfere, and Tsunade further took the opportunity to strip more power from them and, in proxy, the ignorant fools who nearly insulted Ryu and, in proxy, would have earned Bakura's wrath. She also had the feeling that they should have killed Kisame soon and that keeping him in Anbu incarceration was an exercise in futility. But then she had the same feeling about Itachi's situation as well, so it was pretty even. Except for when Sasuke kept shooting looks at Itachi, who impassively sat by the group. Taki has sent us a letter of censure. Tsunade resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Concerning the Nanabi. There should not be any major diplomatic incident from this, but we may expect tensions between Konoha and the two northern villages, Iwa and Kumo to rise. I see, Yami nodded. However, there should be no problem moving from Konoha to the swamp country, correct? No, Tsunade shook her head. The village is not charging for such a mission, given the apparent sensitive nature of it. Silence hung behind expectantly as she looked at Yami. However, you would require due compensation, Yugi understandingly supplied. We are currently studying the various seals used to Uzumaki-kun to seal the Kyuubi no Yonku. Upon breaking the seal, we will return the demon and gift him what we gave to Sabaku no Gara. An explosion sounded over Suna as a clay bird flew overhead. Oi, Deidara called. Is Sabaku no Gara down there, Said shinobi was standing in wait upon the far wall of the village, Tamari standing beside him. Both wore identical expressions on their face. Back to back, Kankuro had his puppets out against Sasori and the scorpion tail puppet, Hiriko. Is there a problem? Gara monotonously replied. Yeah, we'd like you to come with us, Deidara yelled, preparing more explosive animals. My apologies, but I am dealing with the mortal enemy of every higher rank ninja at the moment, Gara replied. However, he slammed his left hand, which bore a blue swirl tattoo, upon the ground. Shadows erupted from it, which quickly shifted to firm ground and reformed itself to one of the legendary 9 that came from the primordial beast of the Sage of the Six Paths. Good afternoon, Ichibi no Shukaku sang, its claws clicking as if readying to punch something. You know, I don't appreciate that opinion of yours. What the? Deidara was snatched off the skies by the giant tanuki's claws and crushed in one sand-encrusted claw. At the same moment, one giant foot landed on Hiriko. It didn't matter what the puppet was made of. About 5,000 kilograms of demon just crushed it. The claw exploded, but Shukaku tightened its grip, Deidara rapidly turning blue from lack of oxygen. You want him, don't you? Gara said in the same flat monotone. You can have him, if Yo beat him first. Sweet revenge, Tsunade gasped, trying not to laugh. Instead of dealing with the Jinchuriki, they have to fight the much stronger Biju if they come after Gara. Absolutely vicious. Cool, Naruto gasped, doubling over. How do the Akatsuki bastards like that now? Sasuke stated, though a corner of his mouth lifted. Itachi quickly turned to look at his brother, who averted his eyes. Very poetic, Sai agreed, wondering how to obscure this knowledge from Danzo later. Indeed, Kakashi answered, slightly nervous. Dealing with experienced, powerful Jinchuriki were bad enough. Dealing with canny, experienced, and powerful demons who had not survived centuries for nothing could only be worse. The Akatsuki had no idea what was waiting for them. Worse than the Shadow Realm? Malik Sudo innocently asked. Kakashi outright shivered. Hell no, nothing is worse than that. Itachi blinked. We will need an explanation later. I propose we move to the next order of business after the 4 of you leave the room. Shimura Danzo, Yami stated immediately. Oh come on, Malik can read minds. It's not that hard, you know. This news was received by silence. Yes, it is immediate, Yami impatiently replied. Oh, and Hokage-sama. This news might be better received outside Sai's field of hearing as well as Naruto's. This concerns their clan alone. You heard him, Kakashi gravely nodded to Sai, who dejected strolled out, Naruto immediately following out of some twisted sense of friendship. Good for Sai anyway. You might want to be aware that Elder Shimura has something called the Sharingan implanted in his eye and right arm. Bakura took it up from there once the door closed and Tsunade activated the privacy seals. Not only that, but he planned out the Uchiha massacre, Merrick added. And he ripped out another eye and implanted it in his head, Malik continued. Itachi was gripping the table so hard that the wood grain under his fingers cracked. Sasuke immediately focused on him. What are you not telling me? How did they know? It was supposed to be a secret, Malik quoted. Oh, now you're thinking of 7 different things at the same time. How original. Shimura Danzo stole the eyes of your clan for their power, was it? Stop it, Itachi growled. The family might not hold my loyalty, but, Sasuke shook his head. I cannot believe that anyone would do this. Root is still in effect, and Sai was one of its members, Ryu shyly added. Until we got the seal off, Yugi cheerfully continued. And threatened him, Yami added. What? He replied indignantly to all the looks. Anbu. Tsunade barked. 4 masked men appeared. Put Shimura Danzo under house arrest in suspect for high treason against the Hokage. Send Ibiki on him soon after. Yes. The Anbu disappeared to follow their orders. Next order of business? Yami asked. We're done. Tsunade shook her head. She sighed once they had left her office and considered. People with unusual summons were nothing new. People with powers over the shadows were nothing new, as were people who could control the Biju were nothing new. People who could read minds were nothing new as well. But those who could do it the moment they were in the presence of the target was the best spy and interrogator in the world. No secret, no misleading word, no half-truth could evade someone who could read your mind immediately and completely like the blonde had. Konoha had just discovered something nations would kill to control. It was a long while, in fact, all the way until sunset, when the Yu-Gi-Oh pair finally stopped at a swing set, Yami leaning on the steel frame as he turned around. "Can I help you?" he asked their stalker for the last few hours. "Perhaps," the man replied. "You have seen him today. Sasuke is not himself. I suspect that this other self has already surfaced. You can help me." "Play a game with me," Yami replied slyly. "Yami," Yugi started. "Hush, my light. The dark game is used for judgment, after all," Yami softly replied, turning back to see Yugi perched on a swing. "We must test his mettle if he truly wants our help." "Very well," the man nodded. "We must hurry, though. The Anbu watch us." "It is a riddle game," Yami started. "The rules are, each time you ask a question, I will answer with a riddle, which you must solve before I confirm your answer. Game start." "What is this darkness?" he started. "In your future and in your past, I come and go so senseless and fast. My purpose is unknown to all. Remembrance seems to drift then fall. I travel by night and fade by day, because that is my common way." Yami smiled. It was a long silence before the man answered, "Dreams." "You have answered your question," Yami replied. "The darkness is a dream of what we wish to be, a form of the id given shape in the mind of the original." "Is Sasuke in danger? The more you have of it, the less you see? Darkness? Tell me, is the darkness of the mind a danger?" Yami rhetorically asked. "Ah. Then he is still my brother. It stands alone, with no bone or solid form, adamant, it prospers never wrong, though hurt it may. Twistable, malleable, might it be, but always straight as an arrow it flies." "The truth? Do you wish for the truth?" "Of course." "Never mistake a darkness for the original," Yami shook his head. "A darkness is the demons of oneself. Some are noble, some are cruel, some are vindictive. Nothing changes the fact that a darkness and light cannot naturally live in one mind." His face twisted. "When a darkness takes over, they essentially steal the years of life given to the original. It is, in other words, like possession by a demon." "What?" Yami smiled. "There's someone that I'm always near, yet in the dark I disappear. To this one only I am loyal, though in his wake I'm doomed to toil. He feels me not, we always touch, if I were lost, he'd not lose much. And now I come to my surprise, for you are he. But who am I?" "Shadow." "Correct. The darkness of our minds is only a shadow of ourselves. And it is this shadow that seeks to rule our minds and drown us in the dark memories of ourselves as they take over our lives and essentially kill what we once were. And soon, they degenerate. Without the original." Yami sighed, crimson eyes glimmering in what little light there was. "They drown in madness and die soon after. Whether or not you believe me is up to you, but right now, Uchiha Sasuke is in danger from within." Crimson eyes turned flat. "Before you is a threat to your brother that you can do nothing against, for it is himself that he is fighting now. When you planned, you forgot to take into account the adverse effects of what you did, and the proof is in play right now. It is up to you now, Uchiha Itachi, to decide what you would do. Demons and rogues know nothing else, save starlight." And they left him there until the sun fell over the horizon. A clang alerted Hoshigaki Kisame to the opening of his cell doors. "Time to escort me to my execution?" "No," the too young voice replied. Kisame opened his eyes. "Well now," the swordsman said, "to what did I merit Itachi's little brother visiting me?" Cerise's eyes met small piggy black ones. The smirk died as Kisame blinked. "You're not him." "I am he. Or at least, I was." A corner of his lips lifted. "It took me a while to sneak in here. Sasuke might have the ninja skills, but definitely not the creativity to avoid Anbu. I am going to set you free, Hoshigaki-san, in exchange for a favor." The Kiri Nuke Nin was intrigued. "What? Get Uchiha Itachi out of here." A distinct frosty tone took over the too high voice. "I need him alive to gain more power, enough to live without fearing for my life. As long as Uchiha Itachi lives, I gain power, and no one else will ever think that I am not Sasuke." "But you're not." Kisame pointed out. The Akatsuki member was lifted by his collar and slammed into a wall by the 12-year-old. I don't need you to point that out, the boy growled, eyes Kisame had seen before in the face of dead men walking staring out at him from the young face. What I need you to know is the obvious thing and run, and take Itachi with you out of the village. Do you want it? And what if I refuse? Kisame countered. I'm wearing restraints here, and you're not. The boy extracted a set of keys from his pocket, jingling them. Well? And I have your sword hostage by the village gates as well. Kisame now growled. And what makes you think that I can't kill you here? Then you'll never get Samahata back. Care to risk it? The Kiri Nin smirked. You have wits and balls, I'll give you that. Not like what I saw last time. Thank you, the boy murmured. Do you accept? I'd like that if I didn't know that someone already offered me a proposition, Kisame smirked. I thought so. Bakura's drawl issued at the doorway, the boy turning to see Bakura smirking and leaning on the iron frame. The keys are easily stolen. Malik is retrieving the sword you absconded with. Yami is already coming here with Itachi, and you're right here, now. Uchiha Sasuke, or whatever you call yourself, because you're definitely not him, what do you have to say for yourself? How did you know? The boy growled. Not, wait, the one called Yami no Yugi. Nah, Bakura snorted. Para didn't need to tell us. Dark recognizes dark, you know. Unique mental condition my ass. I can tell a Yami apart immediately. Para is going to blow it. No, Yami's voice carried down here. We saw it just fine. The strongest of the darks walked down, followed by an impassive Itachi. Yami-san? The boy blinked, letting go of Kisame. Are you here to question him? No, Yami shook his head. But we have questions for you, starting with where is Uchiha Sasuke? What are you doing? Kakashi snarled as Yami tightened the chains. That's my student. That's not Sasuke, a small voice sounded behind him. Sasuke, stop struggling. Naruto? Relief was evident in his voice. Where's the real Sasuke? Uzumaki Naruto demanded. Walking into the interrogation room, Yami had managed to wheedle off Ibiki. The very threat of a Biju ensured immediate compliance. The brunette blinked. I am Uchiha Sasuke, why would there be another? You're not Sasuke, Naruto nodded seriously, more convinced than ever. Sasuke doesn't pass up the opportunity to insult me. Sasuke isn't nice enough to explain chakra theory when I ask him. Sasuke especially doesn't treat anyone, especially the one he calls Dobi to ramen. I can also see your eyes, and you're not Sasuke. The brunette blinked. Oh. What else was there to say anyway? Don't, oh, Naruto yelled. Where's Sasuke? He's here, the boy grinned weakly, entreatingly. He's right here. We're the same, after all. He's in my mind. Kakashi sighed. We'll have to hypnotize him. Naruto, hold him still. No, he began struggling against his bonds. No, I won't go back there, I won't go back there, no. The room practically vibrated with killer intent, the boy intent on escape. Kakashi paused immediately. I kept my promise, Yami shrugged. Yugi never asked. And this is our problem, the doppelganger nodded, still struggling against his binds. True. Then Yami smiled. Did you hear that? Everything. Itachi's impassive voice filled the room as he came in, grabbed the other chair, and sat in front of him. No, the brunette shook, closing his eyes. No, hold still, Sasuke, a soft voice murmured. Aniki is coming.